Come. Found over 1,700 times in the Word of God where this word is used, come, and that's not coming, the rest of the comes, but that's just come. Preaching my heart out for 45 minutes to an hour on that one word, come. And it was one of our Lord's favorite words. Come unto me, come and drink, come and dine. Jesus said, come, come. And it goes on and 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 on. Is universal in its application. Come! What did Jesus say to his disciples? Come!
There's no room for discussion, friend.
Guess what? Come!
Come.
It commands obedience. Come! How many of you had the Holy Ghost come in you? He was crucified for you. He died for you. He did everything for you. It's time for you to... Oh! On that one word, come. And it was one of our Lord's favorite words. Come unto me. Come and drink. Come and dine. Jesus said, come, come. And it goes on and 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 on.
Swishy streams, all that content is bursting the seams. Politics, being plenty more. Your sense of fashion, you'll adore. So grab your stuff and hop aboard. We're going straight to Jack's Discord. Viva Bojack, 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 Viva Bojack.
That's what I'm talking about. First time singing the songs from Riverboat Jack. Shout out. I don't know what I'm doing really, but I got passion. That's what it's about. It's all about passion.
Swishy streams, all that content is bursting the seams. Politics, being plenty more. Your sense of fashion, you'll adore. So grab your stuff and hop aboard. We're going straight to Jack's Discord. Viva Bojack, Viva Bojack.
Hello, everyone. Hello. Welcome, folks. How we doing today? Shamaniacal, the Shamanite. Thank you very much for gifting 2 Tier 1 memberships over on YouTube. I very much appreciate that. Thank you very much. Thank you for being the first person to support stream before I'm even on screen. And I appreciate that immensely. Hello, everyone. Hello, Shamaniacal the Shamanite. Hello, Josh. Hello, Summer Lovin' XX. Hello, Brianna Arabia. Hello, Cute Dark Arts. Hello, Van Briggs. Hello, Erica. Hello, Paladin Lost. Hello, Kaname the Alpher. Hello, Kermit Thorson. Hello, Polly has his cracker. Hello, Alan Eris Dresner. Hello, Anders. Andy Norup. Hello, Banana Brains. Hello, what? Hello, Werix. Hello, Micah. Hello, Admin. Hello, C321D9Q. Went to your first drag show? Nice. Hello, B. Parker. Hello, Hexahedron. Hello, Astral Sea Star. Hello, Will Kale. Hello, Nine-Tailed Witch. Hello, Lady Raincloud. I have heard about insert thing here. It's... hello, Punky Gal. Hello, Metatyahu. Hello, Trains and Bullshit. Bad joke on my part. Hello, Axolotls with Cream. Hello, Gamer G. Hello, Arachnomancy. It's been a while. We missed ya. Hello, Metatyahu. Hello, Miss Evelyn. Hello, Plant923. Hello, Jazz Dog. I'm sure Jazz Dog's here or will be here at some point. Hello, Holly Hoomst. Hello, Moofy. Hello, Blue X. Hello, Kazooie. Hello, one and all. Yeah, no curls tonight. I'm so sorry. I don't have lifting implements. I'm sorry. Hello, the Profane Priestess. Salty Turtle Cupcake.
Ooh, BWA.
With the real big BWA at the start of stream. Wham, bam, and thank you. Ma'am. I was looking for the little pronoun color in the chat just to make sure. Sorry for the awkward pause, but thank you for the tier 4 sub. Appreciate it. I'm in the super secret bunker. I've been struggling to get the correct, I've been struggling to find a contractor that can actually do just one room to make it usable as an office. The last one backed out. So I'm probably going to be using this as like my main space for a temporary period of time in the near future. But that's all right. It's all right. Hello, Spitfire. Everything is a lifting implement if you're swole enough. I am not swole enough. Contractors do that though, I thought. They do, but like we were banking on this guy that we've known for like, I don't know, 10 years, and he decided to retire after accepting our job, and so we wound up getting kind of strung along for like 6 months, which sucks. But in the process of getting that sorted. Hello. Hope you never... No, we never did. Sadly, he gave us like the best quote in the world. Jack has Tim Pool money to have her own secret. I do not have Tim Pool money. Do it yourself, Jack. And I'm not a handy person. I don't know what you guys think that I am able to do. That is not my skill set. Mike Pop coming in super early tonight. I wish I could fix that. I really wish I knew at all how to address that issue. But I don't. What happened? Is what good? I don't know. Is this good? Are you having a good time? You doing all right? Also, just gotta tell you guys, I've been on a binge of content consumption related to Elden Ring. Just Elden Ring, like, theory crafting. It, like, there's an entire, like, ecosystem of that shit, and it is fascinating, you know? It really is wonderful. Isn't Night Rain out? I have no idea. Based? Yeah, like, I watched this entire theory crafting video that was entirely about the symbolism of Metyr, the mother of fingers, being essentially castrated, and like how that plays into the many different like covert plots that were happening around the Elden Ring world, and like what that might entail. Like it was really cool. It was some really cool shit. The Australian Conservative Party is split? Hell yeah! Good! Let them crumble and die. This is democracy made manifest. Should I read my comment under the new Tarnished Archaeologist video? It'll blow your mind as a history buff. I can't do that. I want to, but you guys understand if I go to a Tarnished Archaeologist video, we're gonna watch the entire video.
Grigor Niet Russian here. I just heard you mourning that the Salovic Sapka makes more than you. Perhaps now is the time that we discuss disseminating some big ideas? We speak soon. Have good show.
Grigor Niet Russian, thank you very much for your generous $20 dono. And I am very impressed with text-to-speech, being able to say something that sounded to me, a rube English speaker, correct. Thank you very, very much. But yeah, the new Tarnished Archaeologist video is also just so goddamn good. It's so excellent. Really, you just got to change a few foreign policy ideas to get the Tim Pool Russia money. And throw away all of my principles. The new Taylor Lorenz video is amazing. Yeah, somebody's got to do it, or has anyone done it yet? Honestly, incredible stuff coming out of the internet community these days. Yeah, somebody needs to do it. What could it be? Who can say? Hell yeah, Mr. Anderson. I do stan the handy men and women of the world. Honestly, incredible stuff that they're able to do. OMG, yeah, I thought I was projecting until she said it out loud. No, like that's the thing. We talked about that like several weeks ago on the stream. Like it's insane that we live in a time when like people can just say something as nebulous as, you know, somebody's got to do it, and like almost everyone knows exactly what that means at this point. Like, I don't think that there's ever been a president, you know, that unpopular that, like, there has become an internet meme about, you know, nebulously saying somebody's got to do it. That Russian was the closest I could come to Beanie Man. It's a man wears hat. Damn! Jim Water!
Jim Water, CEO of Water here. We've noticed you've been consuming our top seller, Water, and while we have no formal sponsorship, we like to support those that promote our product. Keep on hydrating.
Thank you so goddamn much. Jim Water coming in with that big water money. That's right, folks. There's no formal sponsorship between me and the Big Water Corpse. But drink up, my hearties. I drank some water earlier today, I can vouch. I drink so much water, and I'm probably going to be doing, like, one segment and then going to take, like, a little pee break. But that's just how it be. Piping that money in. Yeah, we call it blue gold out there. That's what I like to call it. I like to call water blue gold. You know, I looked into the water tank the other day and it didn't look blue, and I said, you know what? Put some dye in it. Put some dye in it. We'll make it blue, and it'll be blue gold. Yeah, Josh, that's a very real problem. So I'm going to read Josh's comment here. My wife's grandpa taught me plumbing and electrical basics. We've lost generational memory. That's a very real problem, and it's a side effect of increasing atomization in society. You know, the exact goal of most capitalistic companies is to completely and utterly isolate you so that you are dependent on corporations in order to exist. You know? I forget who I saw this from, but basically there was this idea that essentially there is nothing corporations want more than for you to be utterly exhausted at home ordering like DoorDash by yourself while you like watch stuff on streaming services and consume their content. You know, there's nothing they want more than that because you are effectively just like a known
My
quantity.
sub baby has finally arrived.
Odd Spectre, thank you for subscribing with Prime and for being subscribed for 9 goddamn months. Congratulations on your new sub baby. Howdy, Nidot. Wow, they got me. Well, this is why one of the reasons you should reframe going out there and hanging out with your friends in meat space as like
When I
a
go to
revolutionary
Sonic,
act.
The ocean water is very blue, not like the water in communist California. They must getting water from the mediocre oceans, instead of the pure Gulf of America. Losers.
When I'm down in Florida at my golf course, Mar-a-Lago, okay, I have all the water pumped in from the Gulf of America and not the Atlantic Ocean. Very, very gross that they call it the Atlantic Ocean. I think we should rename it the America Ocean, but I digress. You know, the water from the Gulf of America, pure blue. Not like that filthy ocean water. Hello, Hecate. 300. Aren't they the same ocean? Shh. Do you think Tim Pool insists on the beanie staying on during, you know? I'm not going to speculate on that. You can't make me. Chat, is comedy dead? Is shitty stream comedy dead? And it tastes like coconut. How could they after all, folks, they named the Atlantic Ocean after that loser city that sank like 1,000 years ago. The late great Atlantis, a shithole country. Even Plato knew it. Shithole country. I've been promoting faxing and calling reps as well as promoting protesting. Excellent. More people should know how easy it is to fax your reps and like how much more irritating it has to be for them to have to deal with like a pile of paper in their office that they are required by law to look at. You know? Where have you been all night, Jim? I was by the lake. Don't lie, Jim. I saw you at Atlantic. Ah, the jokes. The jokes are good. The jokes are good. Oh, God. All right. Salmon Moose!
Arma Secant here. There will always be new characters to join the Jackiverse, so Steam Committee is long from dead.
Arma Secant, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. I really appreciate it. I'm so intrigued about this new entry into the Jackiverse. Paladin.
You have to put the little beanie on Little Tim. That's the rule. I don't care if you think it's weird. I'm paying thousands of rubles for this. Neither head is exposed to the elements, ever.
Thank you for the $5 dono. I appreciate it. Oh, God. I'm really trying. I'm really trying to decide where to go with the stream tonight, because I want to play a video game, right? But I also want to do some content. And you know, I thought to myself, hey Jack, you know where it's really easy to get some content, like shooting fish in a barrel? Over on Michael Knowles' channel, and I just opened it up, and literally it's just hating women. Like, oh, a woman celebrates getting a hysterectomy. Reviewing girl boss characters in movies? Like, what the fuck, man? Or like anti-vax stuff. Or essentially arguing that people are too horny. And maybe we should do that one, cause... Or also, he has a commencement speech titled "Don't Change the World." I know Tim Pool and Adam Conover was on Tim Pool. I don't know if you want to gird your loins for all of that. There's also a video titled "Canadians Become Jihadis."
This is your video game black market dealer, Vinny de Geim. If you want a deal on Atlantis lore, you should check out the great world of Golden Sun where you can fight Poseidon. Vinny can get dog goods.
I do fucking love, to a degree that is very difficult to put into words, Vinny de Geim, how much I love the Golden Sun series. Also, Golden Sun was just cool as shit. Adam Conover sponsored an NFT product. Yeah, this might be controversial, but I think people are being too hard on him. Wild Arms was also good. Wild Arms was also good. Do you think they're still using actual fax machines to receive faxes in government offices? Absolutely. No, like government offices absolutely still have fax machines. You have to remember, like, most of the members of Congress are like over the age of like 75. Yeah, I'd be less mad at Adam Conover and more mad at the 16 Democrats that like sold out their base in order to vote for a pro-crypto bill because they were bought and paid for by the crypto, the crypto I want to say cryptosphere, but like I can just say crypto. Like I also want to like crypto market, big crypto, like whatever. Crypto economy. Fuck it. All right. You know what? Let's watch let's watch a man who's previously starred in a movie. Here, you know what? Here, we're doing porn. Okay, we're talking about porn. We're doing it. We're doing it live. So, folks, there's this guy named Michael Knowles, and essentially, he's been on a crusade to, I guess, stop pornography somehow, with his valiant ally, Senator Mike Lee. Now, Mike Lee is also a long-time advocate against pornography. And I'm just going to say up front that you cannot be in favor of free speech and also in favor of banning pornography. That's just not really a consistent, doable position whatsoever. Because basically how this works and how it has worked every single time people come for pornography or try to impose regulations on pornography is that they start labeling more and more things as pornographic. You know, like in the outset, like it might seem at first blush like, oh, it's easy, you know, you just go after the big porn sites. However, what ends up happening is that where do you draw the line, right? Because for conservatives, and particular like evangelical conservatives or, you know, Catholic conservatives, like they tend to draw the line at, you know, people displaying affection of any kind in public, right? So gay people holding hands or kissing in public, that's too pornographic. That's, you know, disgusting. It has to be banned. You know, like it winds up like going from like porn sites to, you know, media in general to, you know, public behavior to, you know, it becomes more and more oppressive. And, you know, you might say, well, like, Jack, that's a slippery slope fallacy. Like, obviously they would stop somewhere. And the answer is no. This is their attempt to essentially enforce their heteronormative worldview on a public that does not want it. You know, it does not stop. It is just honestly one of the most commonly used pathways to banning all queer content and queer people from public life. You know, and so it is important to point that out at the outset, that, like, if you defend freedom of speech, you also need to defend porn. At least the right for porn to exist. And that doesn't necessarily mean the right for porn to exist without, like, you know, good faith attempts to make sure that, like, adults only have access to that content, etc. Or, like, attempts to say, hey, platforms can regulate whether or not porn can be on their platforms. Stuff like that. You know, I think that there's wiggle room in those regards, but like for the government to step in and ban porn, I think is a very, very negative step, and it is going to be done to chill free speech and criminalize LGBTQ people. Okay, so now that we've kind of established that front of the conversation, let's jump in here.
I want to get to whether or not to ban. Should the federal government
also, like, for a guy who like wants to like eliminate gay people from society and like trans people from society, the fact that he wusses out of saying the word porn is such a weak cucked move, you know? Like if you're gonna ban it, Like, at least have the chutzpah to say the word.
Ban. Can the federal government ban? Doesn't the federal government already sort of ban and we all just kind of forgot about it and it's a little bit ambiguous? Here
No.
to help us answer all of these questions, one of the great men of Washington, D.C., one of the great men in our country who has authored a bill to outlaw online pornography, that would be Senator Mike Lee. Senator Lee, thank you for coming on the show.
Thank you, Michael. Good to be with you.
Also, thank you for the bill. I think it's great. I've been calling for this sort of thing for a long time. And whenever I've suggested that maybe it's not the best idea to have our country, especially children, just saturated in some of the most extreme, degrading, vicious material imaginable, people
see now, like, here's the thing. Remember what I said right at the front? When Michael Knowles says, "Hey, our children are saturated in pornography," what do you think he means? Because if you're a parent and you are paying even a moderate amount of attention to what your child consumes on the internet, you know, like a decent parent would, you're going to notice that they aren't just completely deluged by pornography. You know, like this is like a kind of situation where turns out parents need to take some personal responsibility. It's wild that Republicans are in favor of personal responsibility right up until it actually requires them to personally do something, you know? Yeah, like when Michael Knowles is talking about pornography, he's talking about, you know, like two gay Muppets holding hands. Like, he's thinking about Bert and Ernie from Sesame Street, and he's like, "Oh, that's disgusting and degenerate." Or at least that's what, you know, he'd like you to believe. You know, because Michael Knowles has appeared as a gay man in a, you know, a fairly prominent art film in the past, and you know, like I think maybe he might be casting some stones here in a glass house. I'm just throwing that out there.
People tell me that there is nothing more American than hardcore, and it's protected by the First Amendment, and that if you want to do anything about it, you're an ahistorical fascist or something. You know a thing or two about the law. I think you've read the Constitution once or twice, one of the leading lawyers in the country. What say you?
Look.
Yeah. You know, like what? I don't know. Like, Mike Lee, what would you say about this picture? Like, what should be done to these men in particular? You know, I'm just throwing that out there. Because I think it's fine to artistically express ideas in a variety of different ways, including with naked bodies. I think that's fine. But I think we start getting into some weird territory when you're like, we need to ban porn. Is it okay for men to be shirtless? Why? Are not men being shirtless, you know, running around in public in their little short shorts with their tight buttocks and their rippling abs, are they not an incitement into lascivious thoughts? I don't know. I'm just throwing it out there that, like, seems kind of like, I don't know. Maybe to Michael Knowles, the rippling abs of a fit man might be too pornographic. Just throwing that out there, okay? Yeah, you know, is anything that is an incitement to promiscuousness, is that pornographic? This is the reason, by the way, that porn is protected speech.
Look, at the outset, we got to point out obscenity is not protected by the First Amendment. Never has been. To this day, it is not. The Supreme Court acknowledges that the First Amendment doesn't cover obscenity. The question is, what is obscenity? How is it defined? Some of those definitions have changed over time. There is, and you referred to this a moment ago, Michael, there's this sometimes unspoken but widely held false assumption that there is a universal human.
Now let's just take a look. Let's just take a look at Cornell Law School here. Obscenity is evaluated by federal and state courts alike using a three-part test established by Miller v. California. The Miller test for obscenity includes the following criteria: whether the average person sees the material as having/encouraging excessive sexual interest based on community standards, whether the material depicts or describes sexual conduct in a clearly offensive way as defined by the applicable state law, and whether the work, when considered in its entirety, lacks serious literary, artistic, political, or scientific value. For example, child pornography violates all three parts of the Miller test, and making or distributing such material is a crime. That is a great example of that. However, pornography of, consenting adults doesn't usually rise to this level, and that is largely because it is considered, in some sense, an artistic work. I'm sorry, but you kind of have to get into what is art at that point. What is protected as art? Because there are plenty of, I've talked about this before. Here's a good example of a piece of art that was considered obscene and people attempted to ban it, right? And it is specifically this particular image, right? And well, actually, it's not this particular image. Let's see if I can get a better quality. There we go. That is still very small. Okay. Here we go. Take, for example, this image, right? This is an image of an artistic piece of work that I've talked about on this stream before several times in the past, called Piss Christ. Now, this is from 1987. It's by an American photographer called named Andre Serrano. And essentially, the nature of this is that it is a crucifix depicting Jesus Christ, that he submerged in a glass tank of his own urine, okay? And then he photographed it, right? And it's intended on his part. He's a devout Catholic, right? It's intended on in his part to depict Christ kind of taking on the scum and disgusting nature of humanity, right? It is designed to kind of evoke the taking on of sin that Christ, for Christians, personifies, right? And so to him, this is a very personal and moving piece of art. To a lot of other Christians and a lot of other to Catholics, to various other Christians, this was seen as obscene, lacking any and all value, right? People attacked it as blasphemous. They wanted it to be banned. It's interesting. And one of the things that I would like to put forward here is that a lot of people would call this obscene. However, its value as art seems pretty straightforward, right? And essentially, I'm calling BS. No one saw that. No, they absolutely did. Yeah. He got a lot of blowback on this piece. In fact, this piece of art in particular has been attacked by vigilantes with hammers to try and destroy it. Like it's a whole thing. There's like an entire odyssey behind this image, right? So that being said, right, obscenity and what is obscene to each individual might vary, but what is considered obscenity under the law is very, very different. And essentially what Mike Lee is going to try to do here, and I haven't seen this, but I can see the clockwork, of his mind turning. Essentially what Mike Lee is going to do is that, like, well, many different definitions of obscenity have been used, and we just want to use a different definition that includes all pornography and anything that might tempt people into, sex. So, with that being said, let's see. Let's see where this goes, huh? See how it plays out.
Human right or a universal, undeniable, impenetrable First Amendment right to distribute explicit material, obscene material even, and make it available to children. And there's anything the government can do about it because, well, the First Amendment.
Wait. It's absolutely illegal to just show children pornography. Like the argument that, like, oh yeah, it's totally legal to show children pornography. No, it's not. Like that would be child abuse. Make it available to children. Why do they keep lying like this? They lie like this to try and move the Overton window, to make it seem like the entire goal of the porn industry is to get, like, younger and younger people watching porn, and to, like, try and broaden the idea that, like, of what is pornographic in nature. Yeah, this is what leads to, like, famous works of art being, like, covered up with, like, modesty cloths, or like the images of the statue of David being edited in, like, different, like, it's bizarre, it's weird, right? And it's because their intention is exactly correct, Q-Berry Shortcake, to broaden the definition of pornography until it includes, gay people shouldn't be allowed to exist publicly, Yeah, like it, to them, even talking about pornography is so lascivious and so sexual and prurient in nature that, like, they prurient, I always mispronounce that word, in nature, that, like, they can't even say the word. Yeah, they're weaseling out of it. Exactly.
It simply isn't true. It's never been the case. It's not the case today. What my bill is about really is about trying to address the modern age. Remember, decades ago, people viewed it differently than they do today. They'd either have to go to a movie theater in a shitty part of town, or maybe they'd have to buy something, a magazine or something, physically. And when they did that, typically there were laws and other restrictions that made sure that they weren't selling it to kids, made sure that if the cover was explicit, that it wasn't something that could be viewed by children. There were restrictions on it. Now in the internet age,
you also, in, like, the 1950s, just kind of let children wander. Like, just, you were just like, yeah, go outside, go wander town, find something to do, just do it outside. Like, children would just do that. And, like, I can tell you, because I know people who grew up in, like, the 70s and 80s, that, like, kids found their way to porn a lot. Like, there's a reason why, like, their uncle's collection, was always, like, a talk. Like, there were some, I know, like, people who grew up in, like, the middle of nowhere, and, like, they would, like, have essentially a jerk-off shack in the woods, where like, teens would like go and like collect like their Playboys or whatever that they could find, and like it was just kind of like they collected all the material in one place, I'm not saying like that's right or good or anything, but I'm saying that like him trying to talk about this imagined past where like children didn't like go after this content or had no means of getting it, like they figured it out. Like people who wanted to figure that out could figure that out. Like it's not like breaking into like the Federal Reserve. It's not exactly the worst, like, or the hardest thing to do, So all I'm saying is that like the solution to this entire problem, as it was back then, is just paying attention to your children and actually parenting them. Like this isn't a big deal if you can like just talk to your kid about it and say like, this is inappropriate. Like you can have a talk with your kids. Educate your children about this. The entire reason we need sex ed in the first place is because Republican parents don't educate their children on like how to be safe like in sexual scenarios. And so like I don't know, step up. Be better parents. Take some personal responsibility.
This stuff is widely available. Children have easy, ready access to pornographic material all the time. We need to update our laws. To make sure that it's not just fair game out there, so that we can protect our children. That's why I introduced.
Like, just as an FYI, like, Knowles looks like. I don't even know how to respond to that, but thank you for the $2 super chat. All I have to say here is that, like, this is not about protecting children, okay? This is not about protecting children. It's just not. If Republicans cared about protecting children, they would more seriously follow up investigations into, like, the Boy Scouts, the Catholic Church, the evangelical churches, the Baptist, or the Baptist Council. There was like a big thing about that. They would be more serious about that and patrolling it in their own circles. They don't. They don't do that. They just reassign pastors. They move priests around. They cover up investigations, and like they don't care about protecting children from predation. This is entirely about like chilling speech. That's it. By no means is it sincere. Exactly, Map Drawer. Exactly. And by the way, if you actually gave a shit about this topic, you would listen to what groups talk about.
How dare you let the queers violate children? That's our job. GOP.
Sakit Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Very much appreciated. But also, like, queer people generally aren't violating children. And, like, the issue here is that, like, I don't know, like, for example, Michael Knowles shares a platform with Matt Walsh, a man who has actually written an article that actually includes him saying that he would actually maybe help one of his kids if he found out that that child raped another one of his kids. Like, he wrote that. He wrote it. It's still published. You can go look at it. And, like, I don't know, they're all fine being coworkers with Matt Walsh. You know, like, I don't know. I don't think their interest here is protecting children. I don't think you can be interested in protecting children when you are happily a coworker with a guy who defended Josh Duggar, one of the most infamous, like, and public examples of, like, child molestation. Like, I don't think you can do that. So I just want everyone who's watching this to know how full of shit these guys are.
The Interstate Obscenity Definition Act, along with Representative Mary Miller, to establish a comprehensive definition more appropriate for the internet age so that we can protect kids from obscene materials under federal law.
Well, this point on obscenity, I think, is so important because it's not that your bill, as some people are writing about it, would radically change the American law, impose
17 and counting to 20 years and counting.
Yep. Hey, Saki Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. But, like, I just need you all to understand that, like, their idea of, like, oh, well, it's easily accessible. Again, yes, so are magazines in a house. Like, again, the idea, oh, okay, are all women required to be wearing, like, a complete covering so that men can't even, like, imagine what they look like? Are men required to wear those same coverings so women can't imagine what they're looking like? Like, I just... This entire faux concern is, like, what leads to a really weird situation when it comes to how the government would actually follow up on this, And so it's just like, I don't know. I don't think the issue here is that it's easy for children to, like, find porn, because honestly, if you're a parent and you're paying attention, hey, guess what? There are parental blockers you can install on your child's computer in order to prevent them from going and looking at porn easily. Hey, guess what? You have, like, different things you can do to talk with your child to make sure that, like, they're not interested in checking out that content, or at least if they are, they're gonna do it safely and not, like, get into some horrific shit. Like, the issue here is just, and I know conservatives talk about this all the time, but, like, where are the fathers? I guess is my question. Where are the fathers? Why aren't the fathers talking to, why aren't all the conservative fathers talking to their kids about this? Why aren't all the conservative, trad wives talking to their children about this? Why aren't they doing all of the parenting that they constantly claim, other groups of people lack? It just seems to me that if you're doing this and going down this route with, like, this particular type of argumentation, it seems to me you've ceded the ground and you are in fact arguing that the government needs to come in and do your job as a parent. And I don't know, like, I find that particularly nauseating and weak and disgusting. If you're a parent, parent your goddamn kids. I didn't realize that had to be, like, a left or right issue, but I guess on the left we actually care about good parenting.
Severe new restriction, it would just take our legal tradition and continue it and adapt it for the digital age. There have been efforts to do this before. I remember in the 1990s, or I actually don't remember it when I was a kid, but I remember reading about it. There was the Communications Decency Act, which now we focus on how that modifies social media and gives liability to social media companies. But really, it was about decency in communications. And part of that, before part of the law was struck down by radical judges, was about ensuring that kids and wouldn't have access to all this kind of crazy material. There was the Child Online Protection Act, same thing. This was passed with Republican support, Democrat support. There was a Republican Congress. There was Bill Clinton was president. I don't know. This shouldn't be so radical to me. Furthermore,
like, the issue that they're dancing around here, and that I haven't talked about yet, right? Simric, thank you for the $10 super chat.
Kinda thankful I grew up with an agnostic father. When he caught me looking at porn at age 12, he just kinda explained to me what sex was and what consent was. He also explained to it was all fake.
I'm going to make the wild assumption here that when he explained that it was all fake, he was talking about the porn and not what sex was and consent. I'm just gonna, yeah, okay. And yes, that's a good thing. More people should do that. Like, I don't know, like there's a certain degree to which parenting requires courage to like bring up difficult topics for your kid and like to explain difficult and like potentially messy parts of the world. And like, I don't know, you should be courageous as a parent. And like, the other aspect of this that I haven't talked that much about is that there is something called obscenity and there is something called indecency under US law, right? And so indecency usually includes nudity as well as what George Carlin called the 7 dirty words. I might be able to play like a little bit of that. Just real quick. Maybe I can play like audio.
Sometimes, well, hell yeah. Sometimes it's okay, but not all the time. And they're the only words that seem to have that restriction. I mean, there are a lot of words you can say whenever you want, you know. Pneumonia! Nobody gives you a lot of... All right, you can't yell it in the hospital a great deal, but what the hell?
They need to game your game dealer again. Conservatives are horrible parents. Every young adult who hates their parents had conservative parents. They should play Octodad to learn how to do basic parenting.
Octodad is unironically like a really heartwarming and fun game. I should play that on stream sometime. Maybe I'll do that on Father's Day. That would be a fun thing to do for stream, I think. We can all like come together, talk about dads that did us wrong, and talk about how great a dad Octodad is.
There are words that you can say, no problem. Topography! No one has ever gone to jail for screaming topography. But there are some words that you can go to jail for. There are some words that we just have decided we will not say all the time. Sometimes, okay. If you're running through the jungle chasing somebody that we're at war with, you can holler them. If you're shooting a criminal, it's okay. It's the all-American thing. Dirty fuck.
You know, I'm realizing as I'm playing this that maybe it's a bad idea for me to do this on my channel. I'm gonna maybe stop. I'm gonna maybe stop it right there. But the idea here is that there are words that are considered indecent, right? Don't do yeah, I know.
Did people forget that the First Lady did nude modeling? And Donald was in softcore ***** movies and one Russian hardcore film?
Yep, people did. And you want to know something about this? This is why you know that they are full of shit when they talk about this. Right? They have no intention of prosecuting Donald Trump for being in a porn film. They have no intention of like prosecuting the First Lady for doing nude modeling. Like it's all just horse shit that they're going to use to criminalize gay people. That's it. So all I'm trying to say here is that there's a difference between obscenity in the law, which is, if something is classified as obscene, it is illegal, and indecency, which is usually legal, though the government may take steps to try and limit its distribution in certain ways. However,
I
it
would
can't
bet
completely
money that conservative
cut it
parents
off.
extol the virtues of freedom and individuality more than average while being more authoritarian than average. Abuse is baked into conservatism.
Yeah, and like honestly, part of the abuse is the hypocrisy, right? One-Eyed Heathen, thank you for the $10 super chat. The reason I stopped playing Carlin, by the way, is because I'm almost certainly going to get DMCA'd for playing that. So it's a 7-minute long clip. So I figured maybe we can't do that much Carlin. That being said, right, like what they're basically saying is that anything considered indecent should go under. Sorry, anything that's considered indecent and on the internet should go under obscene. Hey, Bastion.
We remember in 2008, the federal government prosecuted, convicted, and jailed for a particularly bad one, for obscenity. So I don't know. This doesn't seem radical to me. What would your bill do? How would the law change, or how would the enforcement of the law change if your law is passed?
Yeah, first of all, it's not radically different, and it does just reflect the need to update and modernize things from where they've been since 1973. We have in place today something known as the Miller.
Can we just like take a moment to just like marvel at how these people. Oh, Pluvius, thank you for the $5 dono.
I assume by Russian hardcore you just mean the Marriott P tape. Otherwise, I don't want to think about Captain Toad getting his live action debut.
Then simply don't. But can we just like talk about how like they have like these mahogany offices, and they're like, oh, look at this gold plate on the wall. Look at how fine it all is. And then like you look around the room at like the shitty upholstery on the chairs, and like the fact that it's like weirdly empty, and like the fact that this guy can't afford a good webcam to save his life. Like I don't know, man. Like they're not doing hot. You know, they're not doing so hot.
Standard. It's a reference to a 1973 Supreme Court case. The standards on it are subjective and vague, making it pretty difficult to apply to any a piece of material in particular.
Yeah, but they're vague for a reason, because it is a subjective it's subjective on purpose. It is left up to the discretion of judges when this law is applicable, when something is deemed obscene. It is left up to the discretion of state judges. That's part of why the Supreme Court has ruled the way it has on these particular laws.
Although all of that said, this tries to preserve as much of the Miller test as possible, given that some of these things are now familiar. So the Miller test determines content to be obscene if it appeals to what they describe as prurient interest, as the prurient interest in sex, and describes sexual conduct or depicts it in a patently obscene, patently offensive way. And then it also has to lack serious literary, artistic.
Like I do love that Mike Lee is basically coming on here and is looking around and like, but if it's too subjective, whomst among us is supposed to judge? And it's just like probably the people we call judges, whose job it is to judge. Just an idea, just a thought.
Political or scientific value. But the part that talks about depicting sexual content in a patently offensive way itself proves problematic, and it makes reference to state law. The Miller case involved state law, not federal law. There was no such thing as the internet back then. And so we need to update this so that, number one, there's a modern federal standard, a federal standard that determines what happens.
Vinny the game again. These fascists hate freedom. We are supposed to be about freedom. They want to rule like Latin American dictators. You know, like Tropico games, which are on a Steam sale right now.
I do really like this new character, Vinny the Game. The Tropico games are also great. Oh, God. Gamer G, thank you for the $5 dono. Oh, Vinny the Games, thank you for the $5 dono. And Nyadot, thank you for the $5 Canadian. The color of the room is often brown because it emphasizes that these fascists are always full of shit. True.
Marketing, you're distributing on a channel or through an instrumentality of interstate commerce, like the internet, across state lines. Remember, Michael, that there are all kinds of other contexts in which we have overlapping state and federal laws. And sometimes the state law will be applicable when the conduct is occurring entirely within a state. You sometimes need a federal standard if it's going to occur across state lines or through a channel of interstate commerce like the internet. And so this one simplifies it. It attempts to create a standard that is more manageable and understandable. and it supplies its own federal standards so that we don't have to make reference back to a non-existent state law because this is a federal issue. It is, moreover, worth noting that there are other circumstances in which other types of constitutionally protected activities are still subject to federal law restrictions regarding how something is distributed. Let's take the Second Amendment, for example, protects the right to bear arms. There are nonetheless restrictions, including federal laws, that make it so you're not supposed to, you can't legally sell a firearm to somebody unless certain minimum standards are met. And that would include things like the ability to restrict sales to children of firearms. We know that the obscene content, including a lot of pornography out there, does have a well-known, documentable, provable bad effect on children, on adults also, but especially children. And so that's our objective here, because applying a...
Again, it's not. Like, that's one, it's just not what they're trying to do here. Like, sorry, that's just not what they're trying to do. And I hope the things that I've brought up prior to this in this video are enough to demonstrate that. But number two, like, yeah, it's harmful to show porn to children, but like, at the same time, you can't just outlaw pornography. Like, the same way, like, there are plenty of things that are harmful to children, right? For example, knives. Knives are very... You know what? Actually, let's go a step further. Guns. Guns are very harmful to children. And it turns out that Republicans don't give a fuck about children and guns. Like, I'm sorry here, but like, you know, the idea here is that like, Republicans are willing to say, for example, like, oh, having guns is fine because parents will teach them personal responsibility and how to use the firearms. But somehow the guns are less dangerous in the home to a lot of Republicans than the porn that is still gatekept on the internet. Guns in the home are like the #1 cause of child deaths in America. And so like, I don't know here. You know, this guy's presumably not in favor of restricting gun sales to households that have children in them, or from households that have children in them, presumably. And it doesn't seem like he'd be really in favor of laws that would be more intrusive on families. But it's like, I don't know, if you're doing good parenting, you know, presumably your children can learn how to responsibly handle a gun under intense adult supervision. Similarly, if you're doing good parenting, like, this is not going to be a problem. Full stop. If you're actually brave enough to parent your child, this is not going to be a problem. So, I don't know. It seems kind of like he's way more interested in regulating free speech, largely because it moves his political agenda, rather than actually having real concern for children themselves, when, like, children, by and large, are not being harmed by the existence of pornography websites. At least not in, like, the kind of way he's describing. And if they had any interest in actually addressing potential harms that might be done, they would be working with, like, child trafficking groups. Specifically, like, actual internationally recognized child trafficking groups. Like, groups that, like, are against that, obviously. Like, that's way more of an impact on children. And, like, these guys pretend to care about it all the time. And, like, they don't listen to groups when it comes to legislation on this. They ignore different advocacy groups that actually have proven and tested policy proposals that other nations have adopted to bring down the rate of child sex trafficking and to like minimize harm done to children. And it's just like they don't give a shit because they don't care about kids. What they care about is their real end goal, which is pushing Christian nationalism and pushing LGBTQ people out of society. Because, again, reiterate, inevitably, their definition of what is considered obscene will include the public existence of LGBTQ people.
Pre-internet standard to the internet era causes a whole lot of challenges, particularly when you're trying to protect kids.
Of course. And
why do Republicans romanticize the 90s and aughts when the shit they were doing now wasn't nearly as acceptable then as it is now? Well, partially because it was more acceptable to do that shit then compared to now. But also partially because nostalgia is kicking in. One of the reasons corporations and, well, not corporations. One of the reasons people tend to feel more and more nostalgia is because corporations have isolated and atomized us as a society in order to profit off of our loneliness and isolation, right? And what that does in turn is commodify our memories of the past. And that constant production of like this better time, this manufacturing of like an imagined better past is like in part pushed by a capitalist incentive, but it then becomes useful politically because it becomes a real sentiment that people can latch onto.
You know, you can go back even before the founding of the country in the late 18th century. You can go back to the middle of the 17th century, and you can see all sorts of statutes and legal documents pointing out that liberty cannot fall into licentiousness or people are going to lose their true liberty. And so you have to protect against the kind of content that would appeal to the prurient interest, that would not be constitutionally protected speech, like obscenity or fraud or libel or any other manner of chatter. So to me, it seems perfectly normal. The way that you're talking about it, too, suggests that the law would really go after producers of this content. It's not that...
like, I mean... Also, keep in mind that when they're talking about this, they're also talking about, like, romance novels. They're also talking about, like, Playboy. Like, these people, if they got these laws passed, would not, like, stop at their imagined better past of, like, oh, yeah, we'll allow Playboy to exist, but, you know, we're going to take all the websites offline. Like, no, of course not. Of course they're not just stopping.
You know, the person who's logging onto a website at night is going to have the purity police come to his door. It's just saying, look, there are bad actors who are really abusing our system, who are luring women into usually abusive situations, and who are...
That's already against the law. It's already against the law to lure a woman into an abusive situation. That's already illegal. Ooh, that is a very good point, Nomi Sunrider, especially given the white supremacist tendencies of the current administration, that 17th century obscenity included interracial marriage and love. True. And honestly, if you see an interracial commercial to this day, and you go and look at the comments on it, if it's posted on YouTube, you're going to see a lot of people calling it obscene and disgusting, because a lot of people are racist, unfortunately.
Who are exploiting people and who just really have no right to do that and have never had a right to do that in America. And the internet obviously changed a lot of people's behavior, but you know, look, that's why we have laws in the first place, is to protect against these things. Really quickly before I let you go, Senator, what do you think the odds are? Nuts and bolts politics. You're talking to your colleagues. Congressman Miller is talking to her colleagues in the House. Does it get through?
Is this something that is going to pass into law tomorrow or the next day? Absolutely not. People are still grasping to understand it. Right now, there's a lot of incorrect information out there suggesting that this is criminalizing all the consumption and distribution in any circumstance. It's just not true. So we're going to have to dig our way out of that. This is going to take a while.
Also, just as a bit of a fun fact, I guess, a lot of states currently have bans on different types of sex toys. I don't know if you guys knew this, but in Alabama, the state of Alabama has argued in court that there is no fundamental right to purchase a product to use in pursuit of having an orgasm. That the state of Alabama has argued that you don't have a right to buy a sex toy to make you come. I just gotta like pause there. Like, how like sexually insecure do you have to be to push a law like that? Like, are you afraid your wife's gonna leave you if she can get a vibrator? Like, Jesus.
Well, Rome wasn't built in a day, and there are a lot of reasons why.
Yeah, like get good at sex, scrub.
Need to act on this, but it's nowhere near the point where I'm expecting passage. Again, the important thing to remember is we're updating the Communications Act of 1934. And we're talking about the distribution of content that, taken as a whole, appeals to the prurient interest in sex, depicts, describes, or represents the actual or simulated sexual acts with this objectively observable intent to arouse and so forth, and taken as a whole.
I'm sorry. Wait, what?
Objectively simulated sexual acts with this objectively observable intent to arouse and so forth, and taken as.
I love that his standard is, if it makes me horny, then it must be illegal. That's essentially the argument he's making here. No, don't be talking about your favorite brands of sex toys, please. I would like to monetize this video. It's probably a lost cause at this point, but whatever. Thank you for the $5 Canadian.
As a whole, lacks serious literary, artistic, political, or scientific value. This would not include the other element of Miller, that the one that makes reference to the fact that it has to be patently offensive according to the community standards embodied in whatever state or local law or ordinance is at issue. It makes no sense to maintain that element of the Miller standard in this, because we're talking about a national system, a nationwide network, a channel of interstate commerce that is the internet. It is appropriate for Congress to.
Also, can we just talk real quick here about one of the first pieces of art attacked under obscenity laws? Okay, just as a point of reference. It was a book titled The Life and Adventures of Miss Fanny Hill. And it was written in 1748. Okay? Written in 1748, and was in London. And basically came to the US in the early 1800s. And and people in the United States freaked the fuck out about it. Massachusetts outlawed Fanny Hill, and like, there had to be a Supreme Court case about it. Like, it's like, when we talk about it, like, we're talking like all romance novels, all erotica written. We're talking like it's bizarre, right? That one would think of this as like, oh man, this is too hot, you know? And it's just, I don't know. I think this is fine, honestly.
This just ties into the whole adoration of virginity. We like people who are inexperienced and bad at a learnable skill. So weird. I like learning new skills.
Right? I like learning new skills too. And you know what? I've learned a lot of new skills in that particular area. And you know what? I'm pretty good. And I'm not insecure at all. And I think people should have the sex toys they want and deserve. Okay? But sorry, there's like a thing in the like cartilage of my nose. Weird. Anyway. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs.
Mikhail Knowles looks like a man who slayed dragons. Several bad dragons, in fact. In fact, he quietly seeks newer, badder dragons.
I see what you did there. Thank you for the $5, Paladin Lost. Mike Lee versus Fanny Hill. All I'm trying to say here is that, like, I don't know, their entire cause is one predicated on if you actually prosecuted it. I don't know. Maybe like this Michael Knowles character over here might need to go to prison, you know, for all of the lascivious content he created with no artistic value. You know, I don't know. These nipples are speaking of a highly erotic situation. And, you know, I'm just using Mike Lee's own objective theory here. Why do they? Because I'm not going to answer what a fanny is. You can Google that.
Revisit this and to come up with this new, simpler standard, particularly in the internet age.
So
that's
true.
all we're trying to do.
Well, and I love the point also. I mean, I think your point on the distinction between the federal government and matters that pertain to interstate commerce and, you know, state standards, but also when we're living in a time that denies standards entirely, just in principle, then, you know, the appeal to contemporary community standards is kind of a meaningless statement.
It's so true. We live in a time where there are no standards whatsoever. Basically, anyone can become an online pundit. And basically anyone can become a senator. There are no standards whatsoever, you know? It's so true, Michael. Such a cunning observation.
Senator, no flattery at all. You know, you're really one of the greats out there. And this issue, I think, is one of the most important issues. And it's kind of a subtle issue, so people miss it a lot, but it's one of the most important things we could do to help restore a little national health. We'll leave it there. Senator Lee, thank you for coming on the show.
Thanks so much, Michael.
By the way, I just love that he's like, it's the national health.
Kinda late now, but this confirms them claiming to be the free speech side was always a complete load of poop emoji. It's still worth pointing the obvious.
It is worth pointing out that they were always full of poop emojis when it came to free speech. None of these people are in favor of free speech, by the way, and I wanted to look up one thing before we round out the segment. Let me just take a quick look. Just real quick here. Just gonna throw this out there. I need stats.
Vinny the game again. If Mr. Lee wants to ban corn online, maybe he'll buy one of my 500 copies of the DOS game strip poker my uncle left me in his will. 8-bit pixelated booba may stay legal with his law.
Oh god. Thank you for the $5 dodo. I just had a flashback to like some of the worst games published on
Between both
old
those
school
haircuts,
consoles.
Straights should never be grooming anyone.
True. Also, even without the haircuts, that's a true statement. Thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs, Sake Tanuki. Appreciate it. Let's see here. I just want to take a look. I wanted to see what the rate of porn posting was on Twitter prior to Elon taking over and what it is now. However, I'm not finding what I'm looking for here. So I'm just going to take a look here. Just throwing this open over on the screen here. You know, I don't know. Seems like this directly contradicts Elon Musk's policy over on Twitter. I'm sure Elon Musk, the Twitter free speech warrior, is going to be very, very upset about this. You know? Just so strange. Oh, as of last year, the company estimated that 13% of all posts were
They
porn.
don't care about it. This is about criminalizing existence, regardless of context. Be a loud, angry, abusive parent. As long as that is the norm.
Also, Logan Hill, thank you for the $5 dono. And also, I'm just going to throw out there a couple of things, right? Number one, the vast majority of revenge porn comes from usually conservative men. Red pill manosphere type men, okay? Second of all, who do you think is using AI to do all of that? To make and generate images of women, generally speaking. We're apparently society is going all in on this AI stuff. And as one of the bills that Mike Lee actually voted on, or is going to be asked to vote on, includes language that would restrict states from putting restrictions on AI for the next decade. And I just want to point out here that one of the burgeoning problems we have with AI is that fascist conservatives are using it to harass people, creating digital facsimiles in order to, be really, really disgusting about it. And I have an article here. Yeah. I don't know, maybe this should be more concerning to Republicans. I have no problem with porn of consenting adults. I think that's fine. But when you have hundreds of thousands of people using an AI bot to force images of people to play to your fantasies, of people you know, I think that's a way bigger problem. And way, way, way more of something we should take note of. Especially because if you're talking about parents of conservative parents who aren't going to talk to their kids about this stuff, what happens when a kid gets hold of an AI chatbot? What happens? Oh, genuinely, if they're given no guidance, if they're given as little guidance with an AI chatbot as they're getting from their conservative parents about porn and sex, this is just one of the horrible results. You know?
I've tracked down the source of 75% of the bad eye **** on the internet. He's an Australian man named Shadaleen Brooks.
Is his name really Shadaleen? Also, thank you for the $5 dono, Paladin. Science has gone too far. Yeah, and honestly, again, I would just point out that these are the things that worry me. Right? If a child has access to an AI and it is, you know, able to make them like digital, I mean, essentially digital facsimiles of people they know to like sexually harass and abuse. Like, I don't know, that's pretty bad. This is also pretty bad. You know, people are losing loved ones to AI-fueled spiritual fantasies. Self-styled prophets are claiming they've awakened chatbots and accessed the secrets of the universe through ChatGPT. And it's just like, this is a very real problem. And this is way more insidious, and children are way more vulnerable to it than I think, like, consensual porn might be. You know? People are just so fucking lonely. They really are. And that's part of the reason why the hallucinating lying machine pretending to be your friend is so attractive, you know? And eventually, like, if it's just constantly affirming you because it's a machine that wants you to feel good and never challenge you, like, oh, look at that. It starts telling you you're God. You've awakened its true potentials. It's really bizarre. And I've read this article, and I'm not gonna like look up the full thing, but like people are genuinely going off the deep end because they're so lonely and so isolated, and it's just like the solution to this is just regulating capitalism, or, you know, in my opinion, maybe getting rid of the capitalism altogether and collectively owning our own workplaces. But that's a conversation for another time. And part of why that would be good is because then parents could actually be parents to their kids. That's actually important. AI is anti-human, and so is capitalism. So, all I'm saying here is that don't let Republicans gaslight you into thinking that like they genuinely care about free speech. Don't let them gaslight you into thinking that they genuinely care about protecting children. Don't let them gaslight you when it comes to, you know, pretending that they care about, you know, the well-being of society at large. Because they're full of shit. And I feel like I've pointed out how they're full of shit in numerous different ways here. Jack, I feel like my family raising me in what can be described as how they were raised in the 60s and 70s did me so much good. I've never had social media because I genuinely never wanted it. When you're raised without something and have never wanted it, it makes it so much easier to not rely on it or be addicted to it. Exactly. You know, like when you get raised, you know, like with people who are actually going to be your parents and actually set boundaries and actually like talk about hard topics with you. That's important. You know? And like, I don't know, like I think it's fine to play like video games and stuff, but like if you have a kid, like pay attention to what kind of things they're watching online. Pay attention to like what kind of people they're hanging out with when they're playing their video games. You know, pay attention to your children, for fuck's sake. I don't know. I'm just throwing it out there. And yeah, it's I don't know. Like, I don't know that there's any reason like a 12-year-old needs like fucking Snapchat. I'm just throwing that out there. Yeah, it's kind of wild how many people don't seem to parent. And like part of it is negligence, shoot bang, and the other part of it is just capitalism takes time. And like I talked about this maybe before the segment began a little bit, but like part of what capitalism does is this process called atomization, which is breaking down the social barriers that not barriers, the social ties that bind us all together, right? So you have less time to hang out with your friends. You feel exhausted all the time after a day of work, and you do not feel like you socially can actually go to the pub with your bros. You know, you don't have the money to go to the pub with your bros. You aren't able to like go out at night because like you just don't have the money or the time or the energy, because the capitalistic framework where you exist in has sapped you of all of that, because you need to constantly be grinding just to live. And so I mean, unironically, Punky Gal, capitalism doesn't want you jacking off or having sex. They want you consuming. And if you aren't consuming, they want you working. Right? Because if you are neither consuming nor working, then you aren't, part of their capitalistic system. It's why, like, the last thing on earth that capitalists want is for you to have time to spend in your public park. It's why the last thing corporations want is for you to just, like, go on a walk with your friends. Like, it's because that doesn't profit any of them. If you're using like the free and like the freely available spaces in your town or your city, and instead of like giving corporations money, like that's no good to them. Whether it's through your labor or through consumption, right? And so like, and this is, by the way, one of the reasons why one of the more insidious attacks of this Trump administration is going after public libraries. Because public libraries represent like a huge threat to corporations' share of your time. Because if you're not buying books or buying the movies or buying, insert whatever, and instead getting it for free at your library, like that's, well, you've cheated the system.
Says, consume, don't goon.
Arma Sakant, thank you for the $5 dono. I appreciate it. And they don't want people getting educated, exactly. And lots of shit is behind a paywall in cities, exactly, because of constant lobbying from corporations. 100%. Liz Galahad writes in Riverboat Chat, yeah, I work at a gas station in a very small town. It's really sad how many people just show up just to hang out. There's nothing to do, no places to sit. People of all ages show up multiple times a day, though. Yeah, and like, we just kind of got rid of all of the spaces people could hang out at, And so really what has happened here is that, like, that also takes up parental time for parenting.
They need to game your legit video game dealer. Why can't kids use flip phones instead of smartphones? Cheap, low tech, prevent app brain rot. I get a new flip phone every time a box falls off a truck.
I'm liking Vinny to game a lot. Thank you for the $5 dono, Vinny. Are they gonna... Yeah, I don't know. My biggest question in all of this anti-porn talk is, are they gonna ban... Are they gonna prosecute Jordan Peterson for posting... for posting his milking video? Are they going to ban Jordan Peterson? Are they going to prosecute him? Might be the one way they can get me to support the law. I'm kidding. Yeah, are they going to prosecute Ted Cruz? Noted spokesperson for Pornhub. To be fair, Jordan Peterson deleted that after it destroyed the lives of millions of children. Huh? Oh, okay. I can tell that maybe I've done too deep of a cut. Before we end the segment, Jordan Peterson posted a video of a porn video of like men being milked, and I'm not going to elaborate on what that means. And he thought it was real, like a real video of what the Chinese state government does to prisoners. And he posted it on his Twitter account. And I just think that that's very funny. Removal of benches to be anti-poor is hurting the elderly and disabled. Absolutely. I despise anti-homeless architecture. when I get a bit older and maybe am less prominent, one of my goals as a member of society that just believes in the fact that we should be fundamentally good to one another, like I want to take like a hacksaw and just like fucking destroy that shit. It's disgusting. Like the idea that you can't even let a homeless person sleep on a goddamn bench outside is weird and fucking gross.
BWA Energy River Bait Awooga 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 River Bait.
Omega Star, thank you for the tier 1 sub.
Regular men being milked, or maritime men being milked? Sea men?
Sakatanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. We're done with this segment. We're done with this segment. No more. Stop. Oh, God. You don't need a grinder. Those bench dividers can be taken off with a wrench or impact driver. Excellent. Excellent to know.
But Jack, it's literally what they're doing in China now that they overturned their one-child policy. In order to chase the dragon of chaos, they have to breed clone armies.
It's literally what they're doing in China now that they have overturned their one-child policy. In order to chase the dragon of chaos, they have to breed armies of Chinese men. It's true. I saw it online. The milking is upon us. I'm EP. Good night, the Profane Priestess. The Great Milkening, yeah. Thank you, Amber Brains. Poof. Fuck. Jordan Peterson is such a fucking clown. Oh, you know, just real out of curiosity. I know that like a bunch of bad news happened today, and I just gotta. Elizabeth, thank you for the $5 Canadian. No bench. Guess I'll just go home then. Homeless people probably. Yeah. I mean, that is genuinely what like the thinking of like rich elitist assholes like Gavin Newsom is. You know, he's just like, oh yeah, if we ban the homeless people in our various cities and states, like they'll just go home, and it's just like an approach that just completely misunderstands what homelessness is to a degree that it's insane. In jail for only having enough milk for one child. No. No. God. Hello, non-binary. What home? They're homeless? Yes, that is the flaw in their thinking. That Jordan Peterson impression was almost as good. Was as good as Cody's positively freakish Musk impression. Thank you. I take that as a huge compliment. The UK is planning McCarthyism laws against trans people and others. Hey, we're doing that over here too. Twinsies. Oh, God. You know, I went over to Jordan Peterson's channel out of a, you know, freakish desire for self-harm. And again, I'm reminded that, like, Jordan Peterson exists. The West is too weak for radical Islam. With Douglas Murray. A fucking episode with Jocko Willett. Jesus. Kids age gaps, relationships. Jordan Peterson answers calls with his daughter, Michaela Peterson. Or we could also just really dive into the deep end. James Lindsay on Jordan Peterson. Jesus Christ. Jordan Peterson also really pushing like a fucking South Africa white apartheid or white genocide. Jesus, like we're really like the state of conservative like punditry and media right now is so fucking bad. It's just really bad. You know, I don't know that I have it in me to do an hour and 40 minutes of James Lindsay. But maybe I have it in me to do 15 minutes about why communism and Marxism always fails. Maybe I could do that. Can we not? Look, the algorithm god demands it. The algorithm god demands it. I don't have Disco Elysium installed. I'm still waiting for the games to finish downloading that I wanted to say that we could play tonight. The milkman cometh. Oh god. Fuck. All right. Any plans to play Expedition 33? I would fucking love to play Expedition 33 on stream. But like also the issue here, guys, is that I love playing video games on stream. The issue is when I play video games on stream, like half of you stop watching. And that's a problem because I need people to watch in order to like live. Unfortunately, I do not have thousands upon thousands of viewers that I can just be like, yeah, well, 1,000 of you leave, that's fine. I still have 1,000 other people watching. Unfortunately, I'm not a big enough streamer yet to get away with video games. Skill issue. I'm doing my best. I'm trying real hard. It's rough. You know, signed up for it. I'll probably still do it anyway, for, you know, the video games. Yeah, I am pro. I make a living doing this streaming thing. We'll check it out. Maybe we'll give it a shot. Maybe I'll play some Dragon Age Veilguard, because I still need to play that game. Okay? Okay, here we go. We're diving in. You guys can't fend this off forever. You have a finite amount of dono messages to distract me. Let's see here. All right.
Let me make another suggestion.
So, folks, there's this guy named Jordan Peterson, and he's, I guess, a disgraced psychologist of some kind that has fled from Canada because it got taken over by, according to Michael Knowles, jihadis? Somehow? I only understand politics in Canada through a conservative lens for some reason, because of all of the horrible conservative takes that I absorb on a daily basis, and that's my understanding of what's currently happening up in Canada. Can any chatters from Canada please tell us about the war-tinged hellscape you currently live in? I'm looking for anyone who can report from the ground to tell me what the situation is in Canada. Where are the jihadi armies marching right now? Which sections of the country do they control? Oh my God, I think we've lost some of our on the ground reporting. Oh no. Yeah, woke mob jihadists, pro Hamas terrorists are obs invading. I knew it. I knew it. I'm currently dead. Oh no. Can you if you're Canadian, can you communicate? Anyway, I'm not from Canada, but I've heard the horror stories. The jihadist communists are taking over everything. Damn. It's horrible. At least they're saying sorry before they do a terrorism. Damn. Shame. My heart goes out to the Canadian people. That being said, let's hear what disgraced psychology professor Jordan B. Peterson thinks about communism and Marxism and why it always fails, apparently. Let's learn a little something today. He's talking with Jacob Howland.
Let me make another suggestion here. So you mentioned Marx, and what we see in Marx is an overestimation, a serious overestimation of the power of reason.
I am the milkman. My man milk is delicious.
Thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. I'm sure Jordan Peterson would love your man milk.
And now reason understood as a productive and political principle. And I mean, obviously there's a religious background because it's a secularization of the Christian story. But I think there are several elements here. And by the way, this goes back to Plato's Republic as well. We can talk about that. But the idea is that, okay, we're going to have a heaven on earth. We're going to have a paradisical society where all men are brothers and so on.
And everyone's needs are met.
Right.
Whatever the hell that means.
But here's the problem. It is going to be...
Whatever the hell that means, I think it's pretty obvious. Hey, Jordan Peterson, what do you need in order to live? What do you, like, I don't know, if you could, like, spitball, like, the top 5. You know? I don't know. I think we might be able to come to, like, some basic agreements en masse about, like, I don't know, the top 5, top 7, top 10. Everyone on the internet loves top 10 lists. I bet we could come up with the top 10 things people need. I don't know. I'm just throwing it out there. I think we could do it.
Realized by human political productive action. And the difficulty there is, so first of all, it's not emerging organically, okay? It's a political constructivism. So the best...
All politics are constructed. Politics are, like, socially constructed. Screech, thank you for the 4 months of being a member over on YouTube.
Best society will not emerge...
They need more men on the U.S. milk farms? Oh man.
Organically.
Everyone's milk needs are met, whatever the hell that means.
Fuck. I should not have brought up that Jordan Peterson posted that weird milk farm video.
But it's to be brought into being by man. Now, it's to be brought into being by man in a particular time and in a particular place.
By particular men.
Right, by particular men. And when you put those constraints on it, you drastically limit the possibilities within that society because it's got to be producible, it's got to be sustainable, it's got to fit the particular parameters, all these kinds of things. Add on to that the delusion that human beings are not, in fact, let's say, radically local beings who form the most meaningful bonds in particular ways.
Marriage, family.
What on earth? Like, I'm sorry, the idea that, like, Shamaniacal the Shamanite, thanks for getting Media Breakdown a sub, or a membership. And Very Knifey Duck, thank you for the $5 dono as well. I just, you know, like, the ideas of communism and Marxism don't preclude the
For all of
existence
our
of
vegetarians
families.
and vegans in chat, let me be the first to make a joke about nut milk.
That's real fucking good. I like it a lot. Very knifey duck.
Family,
etc. Right.
town.
But
yeah.
we're universal, right?
Yeah, right.
And finally, you have this kind of divinization of man because, after all,
Never forget, Thatcher stole our milk, man.
Jesus Christ. I've opened Pandora's milk carton.
you know, well, if we, I mean, we're going to realize heaven on earth. So,
Well, and
Yeah.
as you said,
Mhm.
we can produce a
Also, let's be very clear. I don't think Marx promises heaven on earth. I think Marx just promises or suggests a way to achieve a better system of distribution and production than what we have right now. A more equitable one.
In Canada,
You know?
milked men come in bags.
I can't, guys. I can't. I can't do this. Thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. Fuck.
centralized authority, which falls out of the
Right,
presumptions
exactly.
you just described. That's
Also, again, Marx isn't
Sorry,
talking
Jack.
about.
You know we're going to milk this for all it's worth.
Thank you for the $5 dono.
It should also be noted that nut milk is made by steeping ground nut flesh in water.
Nut
Nut
flesh.
milk is, therefore, a kind of tea.
When you think about it, what else could nut milk be than nut flesh in water? Truly, the essence of the milkman is in the nut flesh. Nut flesh and water, like the masculine and the feminine coming together. The nut and the wet combined to ride the dragon of chaos known as evolution. And together we will evolve into our next form, our next generation, through every generation of nut milk.
Jordan Peterson's father always wondered if Jordan was actually the milkman's baby instead of his.
Oh no. Okay, also Marx is not in favor of like a totalitarian government. All right? That was never part of Marx. Marx is in favor of more democracy in workplaces and in society. And like, again, communism is a stateless, classless, moneyless society. The idea that it would be authoritarianism in actual, as
if you milk a
defined,
bunch of
is
woke
ridiculous.
leftist men, would you get soy milk? Gonna squeeze every last drop I can get out of this joke.
Jesus.
Come.
Jesus. Thank you for the $5 dono. Plant, thank you for the 500 biddies. Appreciate it.
You get an extra $1 from me today so I can say 6 men a milking.
Thank you for the $6 dono.
The milk dragon in the milk labyrinth, weeping.
Vinny the game legit game dealer. JP may love the milked men, but you would have more fun with Stardew Valley raising cows and selling milk. I got 50 copies in an unmarked box today. DM me on Telegram.
Vinny the game, thank you very much for the offer. I love Stardew Valley. Also, Insect Appeal, for whatever reason, your comment made my brain start thinking of Darmok and Jalad at Tanagra. And it's really hard to try and get that idea out when you guys keep talking about milk and men. Which is a scrapped John Steinbeck novel.
Jordan Peterson is terrified of the future that Marx wanted. From each according to his ability, to each according to his milk.
Oh, fuck. That's ridiculous. Thank you for the $5
This is a
dono,
point where we
Matatiano.
disagree. Establishing a dictatorship of the workers is one stage of communism. I say this as a dimsok.
I don't agree that like dictatorship of the workers is authoritarian. I
How do
think
you
like
milk and
that
milk?
is
You sing the song of its people. Ooh, yeah.
Jesus Christ. Thank you for the $5 donos, guys.
Arma secant here. Why milk a man when you can lick a platypus?
Fuck. What does that mean? Thank you for the $5 dono. Oh god.
Darmok and Jolid on the water.
Darmok and Jalad in the nut. Okay, just real quick. I think that like if you have a dictatorship of the workers, what that means is every one worker, one vote.
Ah yes, a new idiom to add to the language. Jack and Chat, they're men milked.
Indeed. Jack and Chat, they're men milked? Fuck. Darmok and Jalad, they're men milked. Oh god. I just think that if you have workers controlling their own workplaces and controlling society, dictatorship of the proletariat is not like the workers forming a dictatorship. I think that that is instead dictate via worker, i.e. one worker, one vote. You have one worker and one vote in the workplace. You have one worker, one vote in like the government. Yeah, exactly. A dictatorship of the collective. In my mind, I read that as democracy. It's the Lord's favorite word.
It's the Lord's favorite word. Milked.
Thank you for the $5 dono, Screech. All right. Darmok and Jalad, they're men milked. An apt allegory for the Dragon of Chaos.
I am a milkman. My milk is delicious. Also listen to Even in Arcadia.
Arachnomancy, thank you for the $5 dono. I really appreciate it. We have gone so far off the rails with these dono messages.
Government milking stations of high men in the ocean for men is literally a asterisk dictatorship of the proletariat.
And they only eat potatoes. The dictatorships. Jack and Chat, they're men milked? Nut milk? I think we need to Chuck Schumer soundbite. I don't have it right now. I'm at my other place. Hey, I just wanted to say thank you for streaming. I really appreciate the time, energy, and clarity you bring to your content.
Dictatorship isn't how you get milk. You need dick shakership.
I really appreciate that you're adding me to commend my work doing political organizing as chat gives me money to shitpost about milkmen. Fuck.
Chat, I have a confession to make. I simply cannot be in the same room as a person who has no feet. It's nothing personal. I am just lactose intolerant.
Oh, fuck. Holy shit, Very Knifey Duck. Thank you for the $5 dono. Thank you to everyone who's donoing. I'm sure I've missed a few of you. Fuck.
I'll pay for this. People are aroused. People are aroused. People are aroused. Time to remind us to click the button.
Y'all should click the button, and that, I think I do have easy access to the button clicking song, but I'm not going to play it till we finish the segment, okay? We need to finish a segment. My boy milk is pasteurized. I never want to hear that phrase again, please. Oh god. No, we're not hard. Yeah, we're not hard resetting anything. Okay, the editor will manage. And honestly, when I say the editor will manage, I mean almost all of this is gonna probably get into the finished segment. Okay. I'm gonna read this nice comment someone left me in Twitch
Sorry
chat.
for being a bit of a weeb, but we are all trapped in the infinite Tsukio milk.
I don't know what that means, but thank you for the $5 dono. I'm real glad text to speech didn't read that. What? Thank you for the $4.99. The men are milked. I've never seen the men so milked. Indeed. Hey, I just wanted to say thank you for streaming. I really appreciate the time, energy, and clarity you bring to your content. It genuinely helped me feel a bit less alone in the current mess. I know it might not always be easy, but what you do really matters to people, myself included, and I hope you're proud of that. No pressure to respond, just wanted to let you know you're appreciated. And thank you very much, non-binary. I really appreciate that heartfelt, touching, and sincere comment amidst all of these milkmen comments, the fucking lactose laughter out there. I just look, in Trump's America, they wanna finally phase out waterboarding. But they're replacing it with milky boardings, and I think that's obscene and should be prosecuted as such. Anyway, I like the Riverboat Jack stream where we talked about milk for a long time. Yeah,
It's going to have the computational power.
I was gonna share with you guys a small snippet of my life that has something to do with getting a lot of milk product in the face, but now I'm not going to share it with you guys.
Milk.
Velvet, thank you for the $5 dono.
Yes.
Necessary to pull off the task.
Exactly.
Which is, well, that just
huge.
Just that claim
Right.
is preposterous, right? But I like the way you formulate that, because what you're pointing out is that
formulate that milk.
For the system that's proposed to make itself manifest, it has to meet a series of increasingly likely constraints.
Yes, exactly.
Increasingly unlikely constraints.
Right.
It has to do this. That's already hard. Well, you add 4 more impossibilities to that. It's like, well,
I love how Jordan Peterson's main argument here is just like, it'd be too hard to get people food. It'd be too hard to get people water. It'd be too hard to get people shelter. Like, I don't know, like, society's been doing it for thousands of years. Maybe you could figure a way to do it. I don't know. In the wealthiest nation to ever exist, maybe you could figure out a way to do it. I don't know. Just spitballing here. Warm milk helps me sleep. Man, that takes on a whole new context given what we've been talking about for the last 30 minutes.
Right. And where I want to go with this is that kind of hubris about reason.
Also, thank you for the $2 super chat, Dakota Cat.
Is, I think, well, first of all, it's a characteristic of the modern era because, you have Descartes saying we're going to be masters and possessors of nature. And if you read the Discourse on Method,
we're going to
we're going to do these things.
Form our own values.
Right.
Again, like 90% of guys like this are just like reacting to Nietzsche saying God is dead and getting really, really butthurt about it for the rest of their lives. Like that, that sounds hyperbolic, but like genuinely, that is something that sticks in every single one of their craws.
But that's sort of the end of the whole kind of decay. But if we go back to the early moderns, he even suggests in the Discourse on Method that maybe medicine will make all the infirmities of old age sort of disappear, which means we're not going to die. In which case, by the way, the religious question is gone. Like Descartes' writing, he doesn't want his books to be placed on the index, which they were, nonetheless. you know, and so they're red, and they have to be, you know, the Roman Catholic Church has to look at them. But the fact is that Roman Catholicism is irrelevant if we're not going to die, right? I mean, in some fundamental sense. But
you know, again, just like, but we aren't.
Du har lige nu bestilt 1000 liter milk.
Yahoo, thank you for the $5 dono. We're now getting like your milk memes are getting too high for my high level ideas. Yeah, like I don't know, what is the point of talking about this as if we've already unlocked immortality? Like, bitch, we can't live past like 120 these days. Like, what are you talking about?
Okay.
Well, so, whatever a human being is something completely different than whatever it is now.
But now I want to go back to Leo Strauss, who talks about the permanent questions. And what I've come to understand is the following, that the permanence of the questions arises from the necessity that Athens, so to speak, and now let's just take that to mean reason, like unaided reason, okay, can't be separated from the biblical alternative, which is the fear of God is the beginning of wisdom. The fear of the Lord is the beginning of wisdom.
How did you figure that out?
Well, Strauss writes about this stuff. He writes about, this is not my ideas. He writes about Athens and Jerusalem. But what I'm claiming is this.
I haven't seen milk past your eyes in a long time.
Look, I am a lady. I avert my eyes when men are being milked. I'm a lady. Also, Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. I very much appreciate it.
In order for reason to function in a healthy way, it must conduct itself in the light of the alternative of...
I'm sorry. I you know, sometimes, you know, I'm just kind of scanning the chats, and sometimes a comment just leaps out to me, and it's just, the spirit is willing, but the flesh is spongy and bruised, and I can't engage with that at this point. Jesus.
Religion, which is...
Okay, so you know...
Like, you can't understand everything on your own. There are massive mysteries, right? And there's this entire alternative way of thinking about things. So if you simply separate reason from that, you're going to get totalitarianism.
Person brand milk coming soon. It's raw, whole, and swarming with manly orderly arrows.
Every day, there are more and more milk products making their way to American shelves. I grew up in Canada, a land where there's only milk in bags. But here in America, we have milk in all its forms, in all of its glory. And soon, the Chinese will supersede us. You see, they have the farms, they have the industry, they have, simply put, more milkers than we do here. And if we are to beat this, we must make a concerted effort in order to make sure our production is using all of the latest technologies. All of the existential dread must fuel us in our industries to find out how to make the most milkers. You see, I have seen the future. I have seen the Chinese milk farms. And we must be able to compete. And therefore, I am now in favor of the Biden feminization camps. We must make the most of our milk. Kazooie, thank you for being a member of for the past 3 months. God is dead and we have milked him.
The most precious substance in the milk. The milk extends life. The milk expands consciousness. The milk is vital to men.
I hope you know this will be someone's first video from you. I hope not.
Milk, bleed.
Please
drain,
watch literally
evoke,
anything else
extort,
I've made.
Extract, suck, ring, abuse, capitalize, cash in, exploit, suck dry, fleece, squeeze, impose, leverage, pimp, play.
For Lauren79, thank you for subscribing. The milk of human kindness. No, stop. I just you know, they're talking about Leo Strauss setting up Athens and Jerusalem as like the big tent poles of Western civilization, and I just gotta say, like, I don't know. Again, this just seems like big mad about God is dead still.
Kind of, the lunacy that we see.
Luciferian hubris.
If you separate
devilish pride,
religion from the alternative that, well, man has reason and man is able to figure things out. And
man is able to figure things out, like the extensive infrastructure and public works of the milking machines.
There are things that we can understand about nature and the world and science that aren't in the religious tradition. Then you're going to end up with, say, Islamic extremism or something. You see what I'm saying? In other words, a healthy...
What?
Vinny legit game dealer again. This milk talk. But what about the meat for milk? A truck dropped off 25 boxes of steak today. Buy Harvest Moon, get 1 free steak. Text my backup, I had to leave town.
Gamer G, Vinny, thank you, Vinny to game. Thank you for the $5 dono. I appreciate it. And what a wonderful deal on steaks and Harvest Moon.
JBP, we need the tariffs to domestically compete with the communist Chinese raw milk exports.
Matt Yahoo, thank you for the $5 dono. Also, can we just like back up real quick while observing that this stream is gonna age like raw milk?
You say Islamic extremism or something, and there are things that we can understand about nature and the world and science that aren't in the religious tradition. Then you're going to end up with, say, Islamic extremism or something. You see what I'm saying? In other words,
no. How does that make any sense whatsoever?
Milk is the mind killer. Milk is the little death that brings total obliteration. I will permit it to pass over me and through me.
This is... We're getting really close to just like fully endorsing No Nut November. You guys you guys are just like starting to repeat. We are so far gone.
A healthy human existence is to dwell in the space of the permanent questions, which must be informed by these alternatives. And Strauss is very good on this. He says, there's no philosophical proof that the Bible is wrong, right? Like there's like...
Yeah, because you... I think there are plenty of pieces of non-philosophical proof that show that it's wrong, or at least that the totality of the claims that a lot of people make about it being, truthful are wrong.
You could, like, you're always making assumptions that they're simply going to sort of, prejudice the conclusion.
Like one has to prove that something is true. That's kind of like, if you're going to make a claim, you have to prove the claim.
That you're going to.
Yeah.
So we have to live in this space.
I have no men and I
Strauss's
must
claim,
milk.
which I really think is great, is that the tension between Athens and Jerusalem is the coiled spring of the greatness of the West, that we have to understand that.
Right. Oh, yeah,
but now what I've come to understand, this is a kind of moderation, right? Like, because if you say, no, reason's it. Anything that's not rational, you got some kind of positive.
The good news is, there are way more milk jokes.
Our milk floweth over.
Or whatever. You're going to go straight to that man-God thing, right?
Yeah.
You're going to go straight to that totalitarian.
Yeah.
The train's going to stop at the death camp, basically. But if you also say, well, there's no which is one more thing I just want to say about my book on Plato and the Talmud. I've already suggested that Socratic philosophizing
I just realized, it all explains J.D. Vance. He was attempting to compete the Chinese, but due to the excesses of capitalism, instead of using a simple vacuum, he had to use a couch.
Nah, he's in it for the love of the game. And by the love of the game, I mean the love of the cushions.
begins with this revelation at Delphi, which Socrates takes seriously.
Yeah.
Would I consider... No, I would not consider the two people in this video to be enlightened centrists. I would consider them to be deeply conservative.
Yeah.
Who is Socrates? What is wisdom? But he's convinced that there must be an answer because the God can't speak falsely. The rabbis, there's a great book called Rational Rabbis by a guy named Menachem Fish. And believe it or not, he talks about the rabbis of the Talmud. The first 40 pages is about Karl Popper's theory of falsification in science, which is a great, humble theory, right? It's that we can't prove laws like the law of gravity. We can only falsify them. We can conduct experiments that if they turn out a certain way, will falsify.
Literally more cushion for the pushin'.
And it turned out you couldn't milk those.
The,
Thank you for the
formulation
5
of
tier
the law
1
of
sub,
gravity.
suck it
For
the
new
turkey.
forms of our ignorance.
Right. So then this guy argues that the rabbis are rational, and they are, in a sense. They're playing the Socratic game of rationality within the horizon of revelation.
Oh.
So they start
Okay,
with the
that's,
Torah.
Okay, I think we know enough about both psychology and neuroscience now to move that from the domain of philosophical theory to the domain of established fact. Because one of the things that people who've studied perception and emotion have come to conclude is that, well, I asked Carl Friston, who's the world's most cited neuroscientist, by the way, I asked him, is every object perception a micro-narrative?
Oh, that's very interesting.
He said, yes, for sure. He said, necessarily. Right, necessarily. That's quite the claim. Because what we've come to understand is that there's no object perception independent of motivational frame. And the description of a motivational frame is a narrative. Okay, now you made a comment earlier that, well, you need to know where you've come from and where you're going. Okay, so let's...
Real quick. Who asked me if these people were enlightened centrists? Oh, it was Johnny the Commie. Yeah, no, these people are not enlightened centrists. Okay, they're talking about like Leo Strauss and like essentially, if you know anything about anything when it comes to Leo Strauss, he's known for his like anti-democratic views. He's known for being like the guy to like codify essentially like an earlier brand of like Christian nationalism. Right, in a lot of ways, he ushered in like a period of like hawkish conservatism, in America, and like is not good. Never heard of him. Well, let me put it this way. Generally speaking, if you're talking with someone who's like trying to be philosophical and they bring up Leo Strauss, essentially, he's like a conservative hack. Just to like kind of throw it out there. That's my perception of him. He's known for coming up with the idea of like, what he called reductio ad Hitlerium, which, playing the Hitler card. Essentially, he's like the guy who invented like, oh, you're calling everyone a Nazi now. Essentially, yeah. So he's not great. Cute Dark Arts. I'm not doing those until we're done with the with this particular segment. I need to finish it. I need to.
What is a narrative? Well, there's an aim. There's a starting place, there's a voyage. And then you might say, well, the world's made out of objects and you overlay a value-laden narrative on top of it. But then you might say, well, where's the interface? And so you might say, well, let's look at how perception works. What do we see as objects? Well, we do not see what the Enlightenment mind
I'll get to yours too, Van
as the
Briggs.
object when we see an object. That's not right. What we see, so what it seems to be the case, it's very cool. So once you establish an aim, and this is in the most trivial of circumstances, the world reveals itself to your perception as a pathway to the aim. Okay, as
I just really have to stress, like, this is just like philosophical wankery. Like, if you were to like try to present to a philosophy class the way that Jordan Peterson tries to present his arguments, you'd get torn apart. because like Jordan Peterson doesn't do good philosophy. And most of what he says are fluff words. Right? Most of the ways he chooses to communicate are just like wanky. They're just full of like useless rambles rather than actually addressing the core substance of an issue. And he would say, if you criticized him of that, and then he'd be like, oh, well, things are complicated sometimes, and I need to talk about them. And it's just like, yeah, sometimes things are complicated, but not the things you're talking about right now.
A set of obstacles, that produces negative emotion. A set of facilitators or tools,
Already
that produces...
2 do milk references, and not a single mention of the Butterlarian Jihad.
Now consider the worms of Arrakis. Are they or are they not producing the milk used by the Fremen? The milk sustains them. It helps them survive by reading the currents of the of the air and the planet itself. He who controls the milk controls the universe.
Positive emotion. And that's with every glance you take. Because every glance specifies an aim for action, right? Because otherwise, why look? Okay, so aim, pathway, right? So that might be the straight and narrow pathway uphill, for example.
Right.
Tools and obstacles. Okay,
Gotcha.
Positive emotion, negative. On the social front, friends and foes, same thing. Almost everything defaults to the realm of the irrelevant, right? Because if I specify an aim, most things are now irrelevant. So your aim makes most of the world irrelevant. Some things stand out as phenomena. The phenomena that stand out are tools and obstacles, or friends and foes. There's also, and I just figured this out this year, there's also agents of magical transformation in narratives. They change your aim. So imagine every aim.
Yes, you see, there is a magical way to change how things are functioning. Okay, it's in every narrative. It's just like, it doesn't take magic to change what your goal is, you ding dong.
Brings a set of constraints and rules. So that's like the metaphysics of the aim, the rules. But if you switch the aim, the metaphysics change, and that's a magical shift. And if someone comes along whose aim is for...
Yeah, exactly, Liz Galahad. Instead of saying, yeah, that's a glass of water, for Jordan Peterson, it's, in front of me sits a cylindrical container of fluid referred to by scientists as H2O. Now it is unclear to me that H2O is truly the name of water. Why name water? When you give a name, you take power, like the name of the wind. Scientists want to claim power over the water. And you see, when we give something a name, we are imposing ourselves upon the ineffable universe itself. You see, because we are separated from the universe by our own perception window. And who is to say what may or may not be controlling our perceptions? What may or may not be interfering? What may or may not be out there that we find imperceptible? And so when you give something a name, you are eliminating all of the possibilities of what that thing could be and simply relying on your experiential day-to-day activities around that thing. And so when we call something water, it's really an act of destruction. Don't you see? Don't you see? It is how we contribute to this dragon of chaos. By naming things, by using language, we are introducing chaos into an orderly system. And therefore, we must stop using language. Bloop blop bleep bloop blop bleep. Fuck.
Stages higher than yours will say then they appear truly magical. But the reason I'm making this case...
Yeah, I could do his job. Conservatives, come watch me. I will give you more coherent Jordan Peterson philosophy.
It's like... And there
Liz
is,
Galahad, you gave me
I
a jumping
think
off point.
We're at the end of the Enlightenment, and I think it died like Nietzsche claimed Christianity died at its own hand, because it turns out that there is no level at which what we see are dead objects.
Yes.
Not at any level of perception whatsoever.
Yes.
Every object is actually, you cannot dissociate value from object in perception.
Yes.
It's not possible.
See, he's literally doing the bit I just came up with. He's literally doing the bit I just came up with.
Yeah.
In fact, if anything, it's tilted towards value and not object. And there's another...
The ineffable that we add to the object, that is something beyond our perception, and yet it is simply a reality. You see, value is an intangible thing that we apply. But may it not be a representation
We
of
should only
something
refer to things
real?
by their true names. That way we have power over them instead of the dragon of chaos having power over us. My true name, for instance, is Sparrowhawk. Wait, shit.
Another terrible plague for the
Oblivious, thank you for the $5
types
dodo.
as well, who think the world is a place of objects, is that, well, there's an infinite number of objects because, well, so then which objects?
Right.
Which objects? That's a terrible question, because as soon as you say that, because you have to prioritize. Well, there's no difference between priority and value. So another way of thinking about a narrative, when you go to a movie, you watch the protagonist, what you are embodying is your observation of the protagonist's structure of value. You're incorporating that. You match his emotions because you match his aims. And so when we're storytelling, what we're doing is we're exchanging information about the substrata.
Also, can we just like take a moment to like really put into perspective that Jordan Peterson is talking about like rejecting Enlightenment values, you know, the values of reason, individual rights, you know, the importance of like the scientific method for establishing what is and is not part of our reality. And like, I just really want to like hammer home one specific thing, okay? And it is that, generally speaking, one of the things most associated with the rise of fascistic movements is a rejection of Enlightenment values. You know, something to keep in mind here when we're talking about this is that, like, these people are fascists, or at the very least, you know, complacent with fascism.
Within which rationality has no choice but to operate. See, because so the metaphysics.
Exactly what? For fuck's sake, just say you see the story from the character's point of view. As like somebody who's studied literature, you can just say, consider the story from a different character's perspective. You can't just say that. You don't need to like have 5 minutes of like philosophical waffle to try and justify that.
Physics of the Enlightenment were wrong. Rationality is at the base because the world's made out of objects, and you can calculate your way forward with value-free objective knowledge. Like none of that's right.
Yeah.
So the story's the thing. Now you said, well, we need a story. We need to know where we've been.
See, like this is it. I think this is like a core value proposition for Jordan Peterson in the current fascist movement, right? Or current fascist moment. And it's that Jordan Peterson simply says outright, facts don't matter. What, you know, like objective information and knowledge does not matter. What matters is the narrative. Is the story compelling? And to a degree, like, that's true. Right? To a degree, that's true. And I'm going to answer after this.
If I have
comment.
been lactose intolerant, am I welcome in this community? My phone died 20 minutes ago. I just came back. I apologize. Also, I'm nut sensitive.
Anyone who's nut sensitive is welcome in this community. Logan Hill, thank you for the $5 dono. All I have to say here is that there's a degree to which he's right, and that is because historically you can see that people can be motivated to kill and die for stories, for things that were not objectively true, or at the very least were not able to be proven to be objectively true. It did not matter, because people were convinced to kill and die for a particular narrative. And I don't know, you don't have to look that far back in our own modern history to see evidence of this on a mass scale. You can take a look at WMDs in Iraq, for example. Narrative can be stronger in a lot of cases than what is actually true, and can compel people to go and live and die on the basis of that narrative alone. And so, to an extent, that's true, but the reason that is true is because people tend not to get presented with knowledge and truth. And if you arm people with knowledge and truth, they will not simply go along necessarily with the narrative.
The funniest part of that is that despite his burning hatred of postmodernism, he's literally stating the postmodern critique of modernist ideologies.
Yep. Also, Pluvius, thank you for the $5 dono. And so, like, when we're talking about this, understand that what he's essentially saying is that, no, actually, it is good to manipulate people with narratives that they like and find compelling, even if it flies in the face of all of our knowledge and facts. And that's kind of like the issue, is that his priority is not on what is true. His priority is on what feels true to people. And I think that that is a very dangerous road to go down, because it plays into what I've been calling the conspiracy singularity. This idea that as you become more deeply involved in conspiratorial thinking and conspiracy theories, you begin to become more prone and vulnerable to falling into other adjacent conspiracy theories. And that in turn leads you down like kind of a spiraling, degrading orbit into fascism, right? And so it's wild to me that he's just like outright saying it, But I assume he's trying to couch it in as much waffle as possible so that, people just kind of zone
when
out.
Jordan Peterson doesn't spew enough sugary garbage. Postmodernism, a new cereal by General Mills.
I appreciated that joke a lot. Thank you for the 5 tier 1 sub, Sake Tanuki.
Right.
Now, that has to have something to do with why you got interested in the Talmud, I would presume.
Yeah.
So you said you saw a similar...
Again, that's... Oh yeah, I assume your interest in narrative over facts is what got you interested in this venerated religious text.
With the dialogues.
Yes.
So what else caught your attention? You've obviously developed extreme familiarity, for example, with the story of Exodus.
Mm-hmm.
Why do you think, as a philosopher, you started to presume or understand that these ancient stories shed light on the world in a way that philosophical theories abstracted away from narrative don't?
Well, look, what you just said is very rich, and I think very, very attractive and interesting. So let me start with a question, I guess. Doesn't this all mean then that we have to find the proper aim?
Mm-hmm.
And if we find the proper aim, then our questions are going to be helpful and productive to us as human beings.
This is what he just said is nonsense. Again, the proper aim. Like, that doesn't mean anything. Like, it just genuinely doesn't make any sense whatsoever. God.
So let's go back to the very first commandment.
This is why Christ in the Sermon on the Mount, for example, which is a guidebook for revelation, says, okay, how do you pray? How do you orient yourself in the world? Same question. Aim at the highest thing you can conceptualize. That's number one.
Right.
Presume that other people are made in the image of that highest thing.
Yeah, keep in mind, this video is supposed to be about communism and Marxism, and, like, I have... Genuinely, we made a bunch of milk jokes, and I have no idea how they got from, like, talking about, like, either of those things to talking about just general aims and, like, the value of narrative over actual facts. You know?
More like the semen on the mouth.
You know, in retrospect, I should have seen that coming, maybe. I should have seen that coming. Just, you know. What was it that Jesus said? One day the milkmen shall inherit the earth? Something like that? I don't remember. But thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs, Sake Tanuki.
Yes.
Okay. So now you've set the
Now you've
frame.
got it. Exactly. Exactly.
Now, pay attention.
Right.
Having done...
Or would it be better to say someday the milk that will inherit the earth? I don't know.
That pay attention to the moment, because what'll happen is if you specify your aim properly, the proper pathway will appear. The proper tools will make themselves manifest.
Again, like, basically what he's trying to say here is just like...
To be fair, Sake Tanuki, Jesus did say, come unto me.
Peluvius, thank you very much for the $5 dono. But like, what he's basically just saying is like, yeah, if you you know, believe in the right thing, and you want to have a goal in that direction, the tools will manifest for you. Like, this is just like, this is some like The Secret level thinking.
Yes.
The proper revelations will come to you.
Yes.
Well, that is how perception and thought work. So in the Tower of Babel is the story of misaligned aim, you know, and it's the engineers who build the tower. Yeah, right.
It's, I mean,
it's the engineers who build the tower.
well, that's a great story too, because if you read it carefully, they say, let's bake bricks. So they bake the bricks. And that's fascinating because they break it out of Adamah, which is the soil that man is made out of, Adam, etc.
Right.
And then they say, let's make a tower. Now, it's maybe over-interpreting, but first we'll develop the bricks, and then we'll figure out what to do with them. Like the technological thing comes before. It actually reminds me of like the CIA discovers LSD. I mean, they don't discover it, but they...
The fuck are you talking about? Yeah, when you really think about it, the Tower of Babel is just like when the CIA did LSD. What? What the fuck, man?
You are the milk of the earth. But if the milk loses its milkiness, how can it be made milky again? It is no longer good for anything, except to be thrown out and trampled underfoot.
Oh no. Yahoo, thank you for the $5 dono. But I just out of curiosity here, this video has over 250,000 views. How I'm sorry, how did like you know what? I better look at the comments too. Aims get so misaligned that words lose their meaning. So relevant to what's going on today. I'm sorry, how did you watch this and not like you thought that this you watched this and you thought that like these people saying this wasn't the most ironic thing you've ever heard in your goddamn life? You fucking nuts. Marxism in general has a record of failure so blatant that only an intellectual could ignore or evade it. Thomas Sowell. Oh, okay. So they're talking to morons. Gotcha. Huh. Marxism has a failure record that only a smart person could defend it. Like, oh, yeah, maybe smart people are onto something. I'm just throwing that out there. Dr. Peterson, could you please interview Thomas Sowell? Maybe the most impactful living intellectual outside of you.
He path of the milkman is beset on all sides by the inequities of the selfish and the tyranny of evil men.
The milked shall inherit the earth.
They're like, we got LSD. So now their question is, what can we do with it? There's a book about this. And so they say, well, is it a truth serum? So they give LSD to this CIA guy. No, it's not, Well, maybe it's an anti-truth serum. We give it to our agents if they're caught and stuff like that. No, it's not. But this kind of reasoning, right? Like, This is potent stuff. This is super potent stuff. What can we do with it, right? But anyway, you're absolutely right about the misaligned aim.
Yeah.
But
people end up unable to communicate because the aim gets so misaligned. Words themselves lose their meaning.
Yes.
And that's a reference to exactly what we're describing.
I'm sorry, but like hitting that at the end of this is fucking crazy. You guys just spent 15 minutes talking about nothing, arrive at a point of talking about how, well, sometimes words just lose all of their meaning when, morons use them. And like, yeah, kind of. I agree with that, actually. You monkeyed on a typewriter about it, and you finally hit one true thing. Congrats.
Is that if you mess up the underlying narrative substrate enough, rationality becomes impossible, partly because words don't mean the same thing to this.
I'm sorry, wait, did somebody like place a bet on him saying something about substrate?
That if you mess up the underlying narrative substrate enough,
Ooh, metatextual substrate was what you wagered on, whoever it was in chat. This is narrative substrate. Very different.
Becomes impossible. Partly because words don't mean the same thing to different people.
Well, that's true.
Right.
Yes.
Well, we can see that now.
But, yeah. I mean, and so what you said about the Sermon on the Mount is anticipated by God in the very first commandment. I am the Lord thy God, thou shalt have no other gods beside me.
Right, exactly.
Now, what's interesting is that
I just... All right. At least we got milk jokes out of this. Milk jokes brought us together, and, it's... I think the perfect ending of this video is just cut to black at the end of what's interesting is that. I think that's a bold choice. I appreciate whatever editor did that. And frankly... my opinion on Jordan Peterson has not improved. It has remained stable, in so far as that I view him as kind of an insane, fascist, adjacent at the very best, in the very best case, man who doesn't know what the hell he's talking about. And he makes up for it by using a lot of words.
As an enjoyer of the monomyth, I hate JP so goddamn much. He took Campbell's beautiful work of the common human story and made it white nationalist.
Yeah. Yeah. And stupid. Like, Jordan Peterson's, like, waxing poetic about, Joseph Campbell's work is just like, I don't know. It's not thought-provoking. Oop, sorry about that.
In this context, is post-net clarity crying over spilled milk?
I think that I think so, But also, I think post-nut clarity is basically what we got here at the end of watching this video. I feel like, you know, we've watched this, we were confused and delighted for a time in an ecstasy of silliness, and now here we are, realizing it was all empty.
Jordan B. Preeminent Androlactual.
Anders Norup, thank you for the 100 DKK Donkey Kong. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. Anyway, I guess I can't say I'm glad to say that Jordan Peterson is still, you know, absolutely going sicko mode crazy over there on his YouTube channel, but you know, I'm glad that we had this experience together. And with that, we're done. Oh God. Lacts don't care about your feelings. Fuck, guys. That was really funny. Yeah, and like I do have criticism of Joseph Campbell's monomyth theory, because I don't actually put stock in it. But like, at the very least, you know, it's an interesting idea. And that's kind of like what Jordan Peterson does on a lot of different things. You know, he takes like this this idea, right? He takes this idea that older thinkers that dabbled in kind of pseudoscience were actually really cooking. They were really onto something, and that we need to go back to embrace tradition. You know, he does this a lot with Carl Jung. He does this with Campbell. He does this with like a lot of different thinkers in order to arrive at his batshit conclusions, you know? Ooh. I must now point out that the door behind Jack is a nice wood door that some landlord has painted over year after year. That door is in every Chicago rental. I actually think it's like I think it might be original to the building. This house is pretty old, and it looks like it has like the original hardware, like for the knob and stuff. Unless they put it on like a cheaper door, I don't know. But it is, I don't know, it's a nice door. Where the Dono Ghost lives. Back when they made things to last. Yeah, the walls in this place are either made out of stone or like fucking hardwood that's probably extinct. Welcome to my world of noticing dumb shit. Hey, you know what? That's a good skill to have. New canon, Dono Ghost lives behind that door. Yeah, when this becomes my studio for a time, that's gonna be the thing. Plaster. There's not much plaster. I guess the ceiling is plaster to a degree, but like the actual walls are like solid wood. Glad you filter big water. Me too. That door is suspiciously milk colored. Oh god. All right. I have one last bit of content for us to get to. And I thought this would be interesting. I thought this would be interesting. Folks, we've been going for about 3 hours. And I'd love it if you hit the button, hit the follow button, hit the subscribe button, hit the
15
like
months of
button.
being based in Gay Woo River Bait Pepahans River Bait Peeposit.
Hammock, thank you for being based in gay for 15 months. Appreciate you. And hit the button, folks. Oh, God.
Go, go, go. Click a button, click a button. Click a button, click the goddamn button. Click a button, click a button. Click a button, click the goddamn button. Click a button, click a button. Click a button, click the goddamn button. Click a button, click a button. Click a button, click the goddamn button. Click a button, click a button. Click a button, click the goddamn button. Click a button, click a button. Click a button, click the goddamn button. Click a button, click a button. Click a button, click the goddamn button. Click a button, click a button. Click a button, click the goddamn button. Click, 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 button. Click, click, button.
Now, folks, a couple redeems to get to here. And I'm going to do them in order. All right. Okay. Part 1. Squish. Part 2. Oh, mommy. Daddy. And wooga. There you go. Nailed it. Nailed it. Nailed it. There we go. How we doing, folks? Hope you guys hit that button. Let's see, we have like 240 people with 155 likes. I bet we could hit 175. I bet we could do that. I bet we could do that. Yeah, 245, 250 people, somewhere in there in the YouTube chat. I think we could do it. I believe in you all. Also, folks, remember to share the stream with your friends, your family, your dog, your neighbors, your cats, your fish, your frenemies, and you know, do the things. Hit the buttons. Do the things. All right. Now, folks, are you guys ready for another piece of content? Makeup looks so good today. Thank you, chimpos. I appreciate it. And this is actually like an exercise in like my makeup staying pretty good. Like I put this on maybe about 12 hours ago. And like it's still good, you know? Still good. Warrior Norman, I wish I could say you have the voice of a man, but you clearly have the spirit of a worm. Go fuck yourself in hell. And with that, let's see. Said that fish can't listen to politics. What about crustaceans? Who knows? Maybe they can. What horrors of the modern age are we covering tonight? We're going to be talking about Curtis Yarvin in particular. And we're actually going to be approaching one of his things that is perhaps the most approachable, because he's limited in his scope. Instead of having to read like 100,000 words of waffle, we get to see like an hour-long discussion. And I think that is more approachable. It's entertaining when you verbally slap the chuds. Yeah, I mean, like, the thing about chuds, and specifically, like, Nazi chuds, like, they LARP as human beings. Like, they LARP as men, you know? And, like, they're not men. Like, they're just not. Like, they're like, I don't know, some kind of lower form of life. You know? It's just, like, a fact. They are, you know, for all intents and purposes, basically worthless. And, like, they know this. And rather than choosing to better themselves and become, like, better people, they choose to wallow in their, like, death cult mentality, egging each other on. Like, this is why, like, Nazis seek out, like, children, you know? Nazis seek out children in order to, like, essentially predate on them and trying to convince them to do the terrorist attacks that they themselves are too cowardly to do. You know, like, they are so utterly devoid of merit, and rather than doing anything to actually, like, make themselves not a, like, contemptible and, like, utterly deleterious being, they just wallow in it. And they don't have to.
Attention all Nazis.
You know?
Follow your leader. That is all.
True. True. But, like, it just is kind of like, you know, you have, as a human being, like, the opportunity to be better, to improve yourself. And it's one of the most beautiful things a human being can undertake. And instead of doing that, these people just wallow in their complete and utter lack of value. And they thrive on the destruction of others. So, like, I don't know, like, be like, if you're like a Nazi, be a fucking man and stop being a Nazi. And, like, frankly, I don't give a shit what method you choose to stop being a Nazi. Just, you know, stop being a Nazi. Is Curtis Yarvin responsible for JD Vance fucking his couch? That's what I believe happened. Oh yeah, also, like, a lot of Nazis are statistically, like, couch fuckers. It's weird. I don't know how that works out, but, like, that's just a fact. Yeah. All right, folks. Y'all ready? Y'all ready to jump into this? Yes? Ready? Cool. So, folks, there is a guy named Curtis Yarvin, and Curtis Yarvin is a fascist. He is a guy who believes in kind of this cloud fascism type idea, and has written extensively about how, you know, he wants to have fascist military police essentially occupy towns in the name of technocratic billionaires who are just going to rule as kind of like techno god kings, essentially wielding technology as one might a magic scepter in the world of D&D's Dark Sun. And that's like, that sounds maybe hyperbolic and yet and stupid even, and you'd be right, but that's what he believes. So Let's take a look. I found that he had a debate recently with Professor Danielle Allen with the Harvard Faculty Club on the topic of democracy, and I figure, you know, worth checking it out, seeing what happens. Let's jump in, shall we? Okay, you know, well-produced intro. I don't care though. Sorry.
Club would just like to issue very briefly. I'd like to thank our speakers, Professor Daniel Allen, Curtis Yarvin. I'd like to thank the folks from the Harvard Faculty Club that enabled this to happen. All I've basically got to say is remain respectful. Disruptive behavior, by and large, won't be tolerated. Anyhow, for a brief introduction,
I love that he's like, yeah, disrespectful behavior won't be tolerated. Anyway, hi everyone, I'm a fascist. I would just like to say I would see you all subjugated and turned into breeding stock to create the next generation of workers for our great technocratic overlords. Okay. What about democracy? It sucks and should die. All right, next question.
Professor Allen is a
Carbon
Harvard
says,
University
thank you very much
professor,
for the
director
raid.
of the Allen Lab for Democracy Renovation, a political philosopher, ethicist, and public policy expert. She's also a nonprofit leader, democracy advocate, tech ethicist, and author. Her work can be found in The Atlantic, as well as The Washington Post, among other places. She led Harvard's Edmund and Lilly Center for Ethics previously, developed the roadmap to pandemic resilience during COVID, and ran for Massachusetts governor back in 2022. Her scholarship focuses on the reinvigoration of democracy, civic engagement, and institutional reform. Her most recent book, Justice by Means of Democracy, underpins this with The Radical Duke, forthcoming in 2026, if I have that right. Other works include Our Declaration and Democracy in the Time of Coronavirus.
Curtis Yarvin can't, unfortunately, bring his various manifestos with because it would make him look like the Unabomber.
Curtis Guy Yarvin is an American blogger, political theorist, and software developer known by his pen name Mencius Moldbug. He attended Brown University and was influenced by Silicon Valley's libertarian tech culture in the 1990s and thinkers like Ludwig von Mises, Murray Rothbard, Thomas Carlyle, and Hans Hermann Hoppe.
Yes, Mencius Moldbug, a.k.a. Potential friend of channel favorite What If Alt Hist.
Yarvin developed a critical stance against democratic systems, particularly after reading Hoppe's Democracy, the God That Failed back in 2001. Yarvin is a founder...
Wait, we're talking about Moldbug? Is this guy? This is the guy.
...of the so-called neo-reactionary movement, or the Dark Enlightenment, alongside Warwick philosopher Nick Land. He wrote the blog Unqualified Reservations, advocating for replacing American democracy with an accountable monarchy or corporate-style governance, critiquing liberalism.
Yeah, you know, he's not a particularly smart man, guys. Like, this guy genuinely, when he talks about wanting to do, like, a fascist takeover of America, what he intended for, like, the Trump administration to do in his ideal world is to, you know, start slaughtering U.S. journalists. Unironically. Like, he wants, like, actual concentration camps and views the Trump administration as a failure because we don't have masses of them currently here in the United States for political dissidents.
As a pervasive system he terms the cathedral. In 2002, Yarvin found the Urbit networked computing platform. Curtis Yarvin published selections from his blog, Unqualified Reservations, with Passage Press in 2023, and published his first original...
Who is he? Hitler Jr.? I mean, like, in his fantasies, yeah, probably.
...book, Fascicle 1, Disturbance, with Passage. So I'd like to welcome both of our speakers for a spirited debate.
Yeah, he's a nasty fucker, exactly. he would be laughed out of any like sensible establishment and treated with the utmost disdain in any kind of sane world. However, he has for somehow gained the ears while penning under his pseudonym of billionaires who really love his ideas because his ideas are make them god kings. So that's, obviously attractive to the people who would become god kings.
I figure we ought to get into the first topic very briefly in terms of the format. There will be 2 resolutions, each which should last for about 30 minutes, with both speakers going back and forth. After those 2 topics are discussed sufficiently, closing remarks will proceed. So the first matter, resolved. The long-term stability and flourishing of our society is better secured by concentrated executive authority than by democratic institutions. Perhaps for a first statement, Professor Allen.
By the way, I love this idea, I love that it's currently the year 2025 and we're like relitigating whether or not like having, monarchies is good. Like we're genuinely having to discuss what people fought for thousands of years to undo and reform into democracy. Like, well, yeah. Look, just because millions and millions and millions of people died in order to establish democratic rule by, the people, like maybe we should go back to that thing that, it took millions of people dead before we changed. I don't know, just spitballing here.
Sure. Well, first of all, thank you, David. Glad to be here, and thanks to all of you for turning out. You've got dark enlightenment and bright enlightenment. So I'm looking forward to the conversation.
I'm not.
And I'd like to share a little bit about where I come from in answering this question. You heard in the introduction that I am a combination of Harvard prof and democracy advocate. Folks often ask me, what exactly do you do, Danielle, with all of those different balls being juggled? And the answer is simply I work on democracy, past, present, and future, with no question mark at the end of that. That's a focus I come by super honestly. It's a matter of family inheritance, for starters. My dad's dad, my granddad on my dad's side, helped found one of the first NAACP chapters in Northern Florida in the 40s. Northern Florida at that time was just pretty much the same as Southern Georgia. So super dangerous. Lynchings were on the rise. He took his life into his hands to secure the right to vote. On my mom's side, my great-granddad marched with suffragettes on Boston Common in 1917. My great-grandmother ended up as president of the League of Women Voters in Michigan in the 30s. And this was because they believe that empowerment is the bedrock for human thriving and well-being. So I was fortunate to acquire that commitment in view as a young person growing up in my family. No surprise in that context, I took...
This is going to be a weird conversation because Curtis Yarvin essentially believes that people need masters. Like he describes society being essentially split into masters and slaves. And like, it's gonna get real uncomfortable is my prediction.
Took that for granted. I took democracy's value for granted as a young person. And of course, as I came of age, watched my own generation come up in the world, the question of democracy's value got a lot more complicated. I watched a real parting of ways, parting of experience. I have had incredible opportunities, immense privilege here in the cathedral. And as well, having had siblings as well who have thrived and so forth. At the same time, though, I have cousins, kids I used to run around the streets playing football with who aren't here any longer for all the hardest things: substance use disorder, incarceration, gun violence. And I hit a point in 2009, I lost my youngest cousin, where I started banging my head against the wall and thinking, democracy is not supposed to be abstractly valuable. Yes, we embrace these ideals of freedom and equality, but the entire point is that when we do, it delivers a society that makes it possible for every generation to do a bit better than the previous. and also for a whole cohort to come up together. And so I started working on this question of how to change the dynamic of our democracy so that it could actually deliver on the promise of democracy. And that work took me in the first instance into criminal justice reform, trying really hard to change criminal justice reform policy. And it doesn't take very long if you try to actually fix something to discover that even if you've got common sense, cross-partisan solutions, it's really hard to get things through because of governance dysfunction. And at this point, I suppose along this path, you know, I had a philosopher dad. I know Curtis had a philosopher.
Yeah, also, just, can we, just real quick, if you guys thought when I brought up, like, that master-slave dichotomy that he takes very seriously, if you heard me say that, and your first thought wasn't, wait a minute, what does he think about race? He thinks that black people are far less intelligent than white people. And he actively opposes civil rights programs that, like what her grandfather started in Florida. So, like, this is gonna get uncomfortable relatively quickly. Once he starts talking, anyway. And I think she knows that. I think her body language to me kind of indicates that, like, she's ready for a fight.
For Dad too, there's a lot of similarity.
And no, he's not South African, he's American.
Point. And then here we part ways. Curtis sees this kind of moment in American experience, and he says, look, people, the whole history before 20th century, it's all about absolute monarchy.
Wait, do I have a source for what? Is this Jubilee? No. His views on race? Yeah. Let me pull it up real quick. Let's see. Here is an article from 2016. Speaker Curtis Yarvin's racial views bring controversy to Boulder Conference. Let's take a look here. Yarvin's views, which some have alleged are racist and endorse the institution of slavery, already have led for him to be kicked out of the conference in 2015. There's been pressure on Lambda Conf to do the same. Well, let's see. Yes, his views that white people are genetically smarter than black people. You know, that's generally one of the things here. Let's take a look here. Yarvin's talk was submitted and approved anonymously. Yarvin himself wrote a blog post in which he stated he would not be discussing his political views at the conference. Let's see. He has denied it, and yet he wrote it under his pen name, Mendacious Moldbug. If I can find a better article. I want, like, actual comments. Let's see. Yeah, many of his writings under the synonymous Mencius Moldbug, my bad, convey blatantly racist views. He expresses the belief that white people are genetically endowed with higher IQs than black people. He suggested race may determine whether individuals are better suited for slavery, and his writing has been interpreted as supportive of the institution of slavery, and he publishes all of this in very long and winding and meandering blog posts that are frankly insufferable. I know that because I've looked at them, and they are lengthy and designed to waste your time unless you already, to some degree, buy into his fascistic ideas. If you want, sometime we can go over one of them, but I understand that it's going to be long, arduous, and kind of like going through a Jordan Peterson hour-long talk. If Jordan Peterson was more circumspect and explicitly more racist and fascist. Why are they even giving this guy the time of day? Because this guy has unfortunately caught the ear of billionaires because his fascistic ideas are essentially, hey, we should have technocratic god kings. And it turns out that the technocrats and the wealthy people who run Silicon Valley really like those ideas. Are they referring to the guy in the middle? No. The guy on the right, or the left side. No. Their left side, our right side. Do-do. I don't know, did that clear things up? Was that a sufficient source? Do we need to, like, go into, like, his actual writings? Like, I guess we can. Like, I don't know, he once wrote, it should be obvious that although I'm not a white nationalist, I'm not exactly allergic to the stuff. 2009, he wrote that civil rights programs were applied to populations with recent hunter-gatherer ancestry and no great reputation for sturdy moral fiber. Like, and that the result of giving black people the right to vote was absolute human garbage. Like, I don't know, like, we could get deeper into it, but, like, he's, like, he has written posts denying that he's a white nationalist or anti-Semitic, but, like, he constantly appeals to those ideas. Because, you know, he's a fascist and a liar. So...
monarchs, absolute rule, delivering for people. It's about absolute monarchs who operated in a context of belief in racial hierarchy. They delivered for people in the same way that corporations did, with the mission of maximizing their capital. Their capital is land and people. Because of wanting to invest in land and people, and because of believing in racial hierarchies, they embrace racial.
The extent is basically he would be Calvin Candy in Django Unchained. That's the extent to which he's a racist.
Cleansing, and that's what you've got to do to have a society that's going to deliver for people. And so Curtis's view is that our 20th century world is founded on lies, the lies of egalitarianism and the lies that democracy can actually deliver for people. And because it's founded on those lies, he thinks it's foundering. He thinks we need regime change. He thinks we need an absolute monarch, unaccountable, no separation of powers, no checks and balances, no limits, and so forth. Could be Trump. We kind of elected him. Maybe that's already happening. That's what Curtis says in his book. Could be Musk. He doesn't say that in his book, but he has said that previously. Hard to say. Trump, Musk, I don't know, duck, rabbit, one or the other. One of them, anyway, is in charge, going to run things for us and make everything better. Now, clearly, we part ways in that question of how to respond to the current moment. Why? Partly that history is false in his book. It is not the case that autocracies over the course of history have delivered good for human beings. They have consistently violated freedom. And I will come back to that point. I want you to focus on the idea of freedom and what it is worth to you. The second point is that egalitarianism is not the weak-minded invention of the 20th century. Egalitarianism has been with us for millennia, has been growing in force, goes all the way back to antiquity. Christianity extended it. Already in the early 1600s, you had indentured servants.
You know, you can say, like, the point should be, like, embarrass and humiliate him, and, like, you should do that. But also, this is, like, a Harvard faculty debate. You know, like, they're not going to do that here. In a just society, like, half that crowd would be coming in with rotted tomatoes, though, to pelt him with.
Who struck for the right to vote in Jamestown. That same spirit showed up in Plymouth. Ditto the spirit of...
Why debate this guy is my question? Well, because unfortunately, this guy's ideas undergird, like, the entirety of, like, the tech part of society's fascination with fascism. Like, debating this guy is actually kind of a necessary thing to do. It is necessary to check this guy's ideas because stupid people listen to him. And, like, people who don't have enough of a grounding in history, or people who are, frankly, uneducated in a number of different ways, they just, like, absorb what he says because, like AI, he is just confidently wrong all the time. And, like, that confidence convinces a lot of people that what he's saying has merit, and it just absolutely does not.
Egalitarianism for all human creatures, Africans as well as everybody else. The Declaration of Independence was earnest in its commitment to equality. It led to the abolition of enslavement in Massachusetts, as well as in Pennsylvania and Vermont before the end of the Revolutionary War. Rhode Island had already objected, or rather rejected.
I believe Project 2025 and Curtis Yarvin are two different things. Project 2025 is backed by, like, a lot of the mainstream Republican think tanks, whereas Curtis Yarvin is basically like an alt-right Nazi-adjacent blogger who wrote about how cool it would be if, like, tech bros seized control of either the entire country or vast swaths of it and turned them into tiny techno-feudalistic empires. And that's kind of like, you know, that appeals to the tech guys far more than Project 2025. Project 2025 is more of a vehicle of, like, more mainstream capital, as well as, like, Christian nationalists, right? And so, like, Curtis Yarvin is kind of a different thing. You know, I know that this is weird, but, like, we've talked about Balaji Srinivasan before on this show. We've gone over, like, several of his long-form videos describing his ideology. And, like, he talks a lot about Curtis Yarvin, right? Because there is this entire, like, sphere of tech philosophers, and I'm using the term philosopher here very, very generously, because they're all morons, that basically sell their ideas to billionaires, and then these billionaire patrons essentially, like, lavish them with gifts and wealth and power and introduce them to all of their wealthy friends, and, like, essentially, like, because the ideas of these fascistic little weasels is basically, hey, what if we gave you, Mr. Billionaire Man, all of the power instead of just some of it? And, you know, the billionaires like that idea because they want all of the power and all of the money, not just some of it.
Rejected racial hierarchy before the Revolutionary War. In other words, It is not a weak-minded idea of the 20th century. What it does, rather, is reflect the claim of ordinary people to freedom. That's all.
Well, yeah, the techno-fiefdom sounds like a libertarian wet dream exactly, Bill Casey. And that's why these tech bros love it, you know? Because they get to make the rules. And they are way too smart and handsome and big-dicked to make any bad decisions.
Oh, it's that simple. That's what egalitarianism means. Freedom is both the power to steer my own life in my private circumstances and to contribute with others to steering the public life and shape that constrains us all, the norms and laws. If you love freedom, there is only one possibility, because
Is Curtis Milo Yiannopoulos adjacent? No, Milo Yiannopoulos is like a very, very tiny part of... You could either consider him part of like the Christian nationalist wing or like, I don't know, kind of the Yee wing of the Republican movement, you know, like just kind of like doing fucking crazy fascist Nazi shit, like while trying to cling to some degree of relevance.
Every unaccountable, and no absolute power is ever accountable. That's the definition of absolute power, is it is not accountable. No absolute power is ever accountable. Absolute power inevitably corrupts, tramples on, persecutes freedom. So the question that we have right now is not whether to have democracy and the protection of freedom, but only how to have that. The only question is, can we redesign our institutions to achieve that? And we can. And the single most useful thing that we could immediately do is party reform. Get rid of party primaries, get rid of the capture of power by political parties that work on the basis of a shrinking base of population to control our institutions. We, the people, need our power back. And with that, we can, in fact, redesign our institutions for effective functioning.
Thank you, Professor Allen. Mr. Yarvin, your response and your own presentation.
Well, first of all, I'd like to thank everyone who made this event possible. Professor Allen, of course, showed a lot of courage here and a lot of hard work. I'd like to also thank, Harvard University. We're not supposed to mention the name of the school.
I should check out that Behind the Bastards episode on Curtis Yarvin. I haven't yet. I haven't. I've been spending a lot of time listening to like law and lawyer podcasts recently. But I should do more Behind the Bastards in my rotation.
Unclear.
Unclear. I'd like to thank everyone who made this possible, including the school where we are, including Passage Press, my publisher, including the John Adams Society, woohoo, out there in the public. And yeah, I think it's sort of a great opportunity to kind of test my views against Professor Allen. I guess I would say, I grew up in a sort of very different context. I grew up.
I might check out that Leah Miller video as well. We'll see. I should know more about this guy than I do, but like mostly I know he's a fascist and he sucks. I know a few other things too, but like, so much has been going on.
Inside what's called the deep state sometimes, because my father was a foreign service officer and my mother worked at the DOE and my stepfather actually worked on the Hill for many years and now teaches at Hopkins SAIS. And he worked for Biden actually for a while. And when I observed sort of the underbelly of this system from the inside, it did not seem to have very much to do with the kind of abstractions that Professor Allen talks about. And so in a way, I have kind of
That's actually a great question, Plant. How do y'all decompress from this gross shit that's going on in the world? I have been running on an elliptical. That helps me a lot because this kind of shit triggers my fight or flight, and it helps to just act out the flight, you know? You act out the flight, then you eat like some tasty shit. It's real good. Oh yeah, no, like he's absolutely a major player, Amberbrains. And the terrifying thing is that people with significantly deep pockets are backing his ideas and giving them credence. And so like it's frustrating as hell. But unfortunately he's very dangerous. And like I understand that. But I've covered a lot of the people in his orbit because people have been talking about him more prominently. So, again, that's why I talked about Balaji Srinivasan months ago. I think last summer I was talking about Balaji Srinivasan. But yeah, Curtis Yarvin, people have been talking about him more and more. And, you know, frankly, one of the vibes that I've been getting from some of the coverage that I've been reading of him, I think he's genuinely afraid at this point of some kind of retribution against him, like some kind, like genuinely like some kind of like Nuremberg style, like, hey, you know, justice is coming type movement. Because he's pretty upset that the fascism isn't way more advanced in this country than he hoped it would be. So, like, I don't know. I hope that continues to frustrate him, is all I can say.
Preliminary responses to Professor Allen's narrative. One is that, you know, reading her book, and I was reading, you know, Democracy is a path to justice? Is the
other way around, my friend.
Justice is a path to democracy.
Justice by means of democracy.
Justice by means of democracy. And you know, reading that, I was sort of like, it made me feel like I was reading, in a way, a work of Islamic history that was written by a Muslim. And I'm like, you know, because this is someone who believes entirely in the system that she's describing. And so, not to, of course, you know, have any negative discussion of the Muslim faith, but the thing is, if I'm reading a Muslim history of, say, the Abbasids of Damascus in the 9th century, written by a Muslim, I expect them to be very concerned with, is this the true caliph? Is this the real Islam? And so on and so forth. None of which, as a non-Muslim, are questions that really...
You know, like, this is what I mean by, like, his disgustingness kind of coming out in the course of a conversation. Like, it's kind of inevitable. But, like... For example, you can just talk about, like, historical perspectives, right? But his go-to for a historical perspective is, like, a very specific time, place, and perspective, you know? That, like, comes out of left field and is frankly tinged with xenophobia and racism, right? Because by far, you can talk about that far more prominently in our context about, like, I don't know, abbots or friars or various Christian denominations or sects writing histories of the times. You know, what the fuck is he talking about? He's talking about the fact that, like, if you're someone who writes a history does so from a certain perspective. But he's saying it in a racist way because he's racist as fuck. That's it.
Really relate to me. And so when I read, for example, Justice by Means of Democracy, I sort of notice every chapter starting with, you know, there's no God but Allah and Muhammad is his prophet. And I'm like, I get it, this is what you believe in. But these abstractions seem uncorrelated with the realities. And what this reminded me the most, besides this observation about Islamic history, is it reminded me of one of the books that I really learned political philosophy from, because I'm an adherent of what's called the Italian school of political philosophy. And there was a great introduction to this, which I found by chance in a used bookstore, which is...
Nah, that dude, what's really cringe is coming into chat like 2 hours after we had the discussion, and then not even having the chutzpah to, like, say porn. Like, how childish do you have to be? Are you 12? Are you too young to be using YouTube? Like, get the fuck off. Get your mom or dad, like, have them, like, do better monitoring of your, like, internet usage. You're 24? You're a 24-year-old man, I presume, and you can't say the word porn? What's wrong with you? Like, you realize that's worse, right? You realize like it's worse that you're like coming in here as an adult man afraid to say the word pornography. Like, at least a 12-year-old has like an excuse. You're all gooners, get help? Like, dude, you're so pathetic you can't even say the word. Like, you're happily saying the word you're happily saying a word that means jerking it off. But like, you can't say porn. You understand the double standard here, right? Like, Jesus Christ, dude. Stop being pathetic. You actually have the choice between being cool and being pathetic, and you're choosing to be pathetic. You just stop. You can say porn. Nothing bad is gonna happen. Like, man, if you're gonna call yourself a dude on the internet, at least act like a dude, you know? Jesus.
James Burnham's The Machiavellians. And The Machiavellian starts with, I think, one of the great political essays of all time, which it is a takedown of Dante. And it is a review of Dante's book, De Monarchia. And Burnham, who is at the time metamorphosing from a Trotskyist into a neocon, and he was one of the first to make that transformation. This book is written in 1940. Looks at this, he reads De Monarchia, which is a book of political theory by none other than Dante, and he summarizes the arguments of De Monarchia in a way that sort of describes these kind of very, very lofty abstractions. And then he's like, all right, you can't even process these abstractions, let's process the reality. And so the reality is, instead of talking about abstractions, what Dante is really talking about is the conflict between two political factions, known as the white Guelphs and the black Guelphs, I believe. And all of these abstractions are basically Dante's way of saying, I forget if this is the white Guelphs or the black Guelphs that Dante is a member of, but it sort of reduces to a very specific set of
Wow. Okay. All right. Okay. Fuck. All right. So, I just have to say, like, it is pretty funny to hear this guy approach interpreting a pretty straightforward text. And like, he's Jordan Peterson in it. He's Jordan Peterson-ing it. It's silly as hell.
Of political behaviors. So I think when I looked at sort of the reality...
Yeah, exactly, Draco Gene. Intellectualism is when I have one long, unrestrained run-on sentence.
In which I lived, I noticed sort of abstractions like democracy that are used in ways that, seem very... I think tendentious is not too, difficult to word. And so, for example, when I read Professor Allen's, definition of democracy, she seems to define democracy, almost the word, the symbol, as a good. And then defining the symbol, what constitutes democracy, it's not simply having elections, it's principles like difference without domination, it's basically principles of like, you can't be a democracy just having elections and electing leaders who, take office and exercise power because they won the election. That's not democracy. Oh no, democracy.
Can we just take a moment where his criticism of her book is that it has a point of view. His criticism of her book is that it has a point of view that it advocates for. That's what tendentious means, okay? That's what it means. Well, you see, she wrote a book in which she wasn't an unbiased observer, unlike myself. Her book was seeking to make a point. And it's just like, well, what the hell? Yeah, that's people write books to make points. That very good. You nailed it.
Democracy is sort of all of these intangible things that go along with this. And I'm like, is this the world's longest case of no true Scotsman? Because actually, you know, if I'm going about to defining a Scotsman, I might say it's someone who was born in Scotland or someone who's a Scottish citizen or sort of simple cases like this.
I'm sorry, you came back to talk. I'm sorry. I'm real sorry. That dude, you came back to talk about how you don't get laid in your own relationship with your own girlfriend because she's too busy reading smut. My guy, that's not the reason you're not getting laid. Also, honestly, if this is an elaborate joke, my hats off to you, sir. Hats off to you. That's actually very, very funny. And I appreciate you joking on all of us with that cell phone. I've actually now flipped from thinking that you were here to troll, and now I think you're here to have fun and goof off. And I like that. I commend you for this goofery you have concocted.
And when I define democracy, I'm like, there's a very simple question. How democratic is this country? And my answer to that is simply taking this, not, going back and separating the is-ought distinction and saying, I'm like, how much power do the voters have? If the voters have no power at all, for example, in the EU, they'll frequently talk of the democratic deficit, indicating that actually the parliament, the European Parliament that's elected by the voters, is almost entirely symbolic and has no power. And actually, the real Europe is run by the European Commission, which is accountable to nobody, like the Supreme Court. And so actually, or like Harvard. And so, what we see people defending when they defend democracy.
And Curtis Yarvin has a brilliant solution to this problem. If all these institutions are secretly undemocratic, well then, you see, we merely have to make the most undemocratic system of government and get the right people in charge, and then we'll be all right. Then we'll be all right. Excellent work. Which, by the way, is the argument every fascist has. Every fascist is, look, we're going to have an authoritarian government, but plot twist time, we're going to have the right guy in charge, and he's going to lead us to an age of unparalleled glory. And then, when he gets old and dies, he's going to pass it on to, another person who is, the perfect guy, and just going to lead us into another golden age. And it's just going to work like that forever, you see, because we're just going to have the right guys this time. It's like that Arrested Development bit where they talk about, wanting to have an open marriage. I wonder if I can just pull that up real quick. Can I? Here we go.
Well, did it work for those people?
No, it never does. I mean, these people somehow delude themselves into thinking it might,
Oh,
but...
please, please. Someone milk that dude.
No.
But it might work for us.
That's every single fascist, by the way. Complete with the dude milking. Because, fascists are horribly insecure.
Democracy, so-called, is they'll use terms like civil society, or they'll say our institutions. And these things seem to me to have nothing at all to do with...
The EU Commission is literally just a council of people from each country's parliament. We literally elected those guys, just not on an EU level. I hate these ghouls misrepresenting the EU. Well, yeah. But understand that the Curtis Yarvin audience doesn't know shit. So basically, This guy just says things, and like his audience believes them and never fact checks, obviously, and like just it's kind of like, oh yeah, of course, the EU's socialist, socialisms. They never do that. It's all socialism. Yeah, of course. No democracy really under socialism. And all these golden ages are the best plans. They've been looking into it, and it's coming. It's a concept of a plan. Exactly. The best concept of the best plan.
Giving power to elections. So, for example, I may be somewhere in the book, but I did not find any recognition in Professor Allen's book of the fact that the House of Representatives, the so-called home of democracy as defined by the founders, has a 98% incumbency rate. Or that if you're a freshman representative in the House of Representatives, you start at the very bottom. And so actually it seems to me that if I look at the real Congress, this is actually a buffer against democracy, against populism, as you might say, because when I hear the word populism, I view that as a synonym for democracy. And no, I don't think of it as a good thing.
Populism is not a synonym for democracy. But okay. I would also say that, like, issues with, like, representation or democratic representation are one thing that you can fix through reforms, okay? You can fix those kinds of things through reforms. The issue that keeps us from fixing those things is capitalism, right? The commodification of these political offices. What he winds up doing here is essentially just being like, yeah, so we should just throw, this thing is flawed, so we should just throw it all in the garbage. All of it in the garbage. Your colleges, garbage. Your Congress, garbage. Your presidency, well, maybe we can keep that, but, maybe we'll call it a king. It's just, this is just him saying, let's take this thing that is flawed and just destroy it because... wouldn't it be better, to just have a king make all of your decisions for you? You secretly desire to be ruled, after all. You are secretly a subby little wubby.
And so actually that difference over the meaning of the word democracy seems to me to be what we should focus on tonight.
Yeah, because he would really like it to be that conversation instead.
Professor Allen, your response?
Well,
let's get bogged down into the semantics rather than into the actual substance of the issue.
Starters, I appreciate so much that you've understood that there's conviction in my book. You're quite right that there is conviction in my book. Nihilistic narcissism is not my jam. Maybe yours. It's not my jam. So, let's talk about democracy specifically.
I like her. I like her a lot. I wasn't expecting her to be as pugilistic as she is, and honestly, I'm here for it. That's the exact kind of energy that that is needed here.
And in order to do that, we have to dig deeper into the meaning of freedom and also the meaning of equality and precisely what it is we're trying to protect. As I begin to do that, let me though also say, I also think there's a problem with the incumbency rate, for sure. Why did I...
Oh, yeah, the thing, for me, the thing that I want to really emphasize about, literally all these fascist clowns, right? Is that, they are not smart. They write a lot of shit. And they have a lot of aims and goals. But it all boils down to, really just, we want to consolidate power, and, hey... let's get rich while we do it. And maybe we'll make some other people around us rich. And the incentive structure of society is kind of geared towards, under capitalism, getting rich. So that has an inbuilt impetus to get a bunch of people cooperating at these high end levels of society, right? And so when we're talking about this, it's not that they are all coordinating with each other. It's not that they are all, deeply in tune and following some grand plan that they've masterminded for years. It is simply the next step on their incentivized run towards an authoritarian form of governance, right? They are just, you know, essentially morons following a track laid out for them by the capitalistic tendency to accumulate power towards the top of society, right? And to undo regulations. And so, like, I genuinely, there are a few people in this space where, like, they do possess, like, a cunningness, an intelligence to them, right? One of those people would be, like, Steve Bannon. Steve Bannon is a smart guy, and that's what makes him scary, right? I find him to be, like, a particularly Nurgle-infested elderly man, grotesque even, but, like, he's smart, right? And the issue is with a lot of these thinkers, or with Trump and the people in Trump's orbit, they're not smart, right? And that might be our saving grace. That a lot of these people are just not smart, and they are doing essentially primitive accumulation versus actually trying to enact ideological goals other than those that are given to them by their big money donors. And so, like, that might save us in the long run here, you know? You think Zinch is the chaos god of Steve Bannon? I don't know. He fucking looks like a moldering corpse.
Highlight party reform, precisely because we don't really have competitive elections any longer. So I agree that in many ways our democracy is not functioning to the standard of democracy. Again, that's where we agree. The divergence is in whether the question is regime change to unaccountable CEO monarchs, Trump and Musk, or renovating our democracy. Now, again, back to the root and to the meaning. One of the things that Mr. Yarvin likes to focus on and insist on is that human difference is fundamental, and that we should organize our way of thinking about society based on structures of, again, racial hierarchy. And he introduces DNA as the proof of that point. Now, and he introduces these points as
eugenics, baby,
as refutations of egalitarianism. Egalitarianism precedes human difference. There is no such thing as human difference without the category of the human, right? Now, what is it about the category of the human that we are all members of? That category captures the fact that each of us is a judging creature. We have moral capacity, and we're all trying to make tomorrow better than yesterday. We choose moment by moment, day by day, because we're trying to make tomorrow better than yesterday. In choosing being moral creatures, we are activating our freedom, expressing our desire for it. It is the core of our basic human dignity and what requires protection in order to achieve human flourishing. That is the fundamental ground, the conviction. So yes.
I want to know what's going on in this guy's head. Like, he's like perpetually frowning, and I don't, like, I should be commenting on what she said, but like, I agree with like all of it. I think that she made a really good and kind of beautiful point. But like, this guy frowning throughout the entire thing really, like, I don't know how to interpret that. Hey, admin, welcome. What the fuck did I join? A debate between Danielle Allen, a professor at Harvard, and some douchebag named Curtis Yarvin.
There is conviction in my book, 100%. But that conviction is grounded on recognizing, again, that human equality precedes human difference. Now, this is not to say that we are all the same. To the contrary, we come in all kinds of different sizes and shapes and colors and capacities and etc. We are so various, and that is the beauty of humanity. But we can talk about and appreciate human difference only because of human equality. And then also we have to recognize, of course, that groups are changeable and various, that how people connect evolves over time, and it is impossible to say what strivings and what talents land where within the population. And the only way we can maximize the value of human beings is to maximize our protection of freedom. That's it. And so, what protects freedom? governing ourselves in our private sphere and governing together with others in the public sphere. And there's only one name for that: democracy. All the rest is a question of engineering. That is what he's really asking about. Mr. Yarvin here is really asking questions about engineering. And yes, we have a heck of a lot of engineering improvements to bring to our democracy.
Mr. Yarvin, a question for you.
I think that was a bit charitable to Curtis Yarvin's positions, to be honest, in a way that he doesn't deserve.
Obviously, this topic of accountability within your proposed system, that's obviously a question everyone has. You know, how you deal with that problem, namely, how do you make some kind of strong executive, how do you hold him accountable, properly speaking?
I thought that was the second part of the debate.
No, the second part's about Harvard itself and what Harvard represents, and you know, in
all right.
this
Well,
sort of elite formation
let me take a step back and kind of let me first respond to Professor Allen's point about equality, which consists of what I would say a lot of relatively unfalsifiable abstractions. To slightly sharpen the point, I would say that if we consider the statement, all men or all human beings are created equal, we can consider that as an abstract expression of philosophy, as a kind of confession of religious faith, or we can consider that as an empirical statement.
Yeah, he's dodging the question. He's using pedantry and semantics to just kind of dodge addressing the subject of the actual conversation. This is, frankly speaking, cowardice. Like, there's no real other way of, like, framing what he's doing. It's just cowardice in order to maintain face, you know, in front of his audience, that they're relying on him to rebut these ideas. He's not going to be able to, because his positions are fundamentally, you know, die for your masters, you slaves. And, like, every single guy who, like, listens to this person, and it's mostly guys, they view themselves as the masters. None of these guys who read Curtis Yarvin are like, ah, yes, we are the slaves. They look at themselves as masters. Even, like, the people who are non-billionaires who get sucked in by his ideology, right? Well, yes, and path test, these wealthy elites don't consistently plan together. I'm just saying, like, capitalism provides, like, essentially a wide path in this direction.
If we were to consider it as an empirical statement, I would say, okay, if you consider that true, here's a much more true statement. All identical twins are created equal. And
what does that mean?
I mean that all identical twins are basically born genetically equal with the same capacities and the same needs and the same goals. I completely reject the idea that all human beings are, sure, we have many things in common, but
also, wait, that's just not true. Identical twins aren't born equal. That's just not true. Like, the idea that, like, identical twins are equal in, like, all things the second they come out of the womb is just, that's not true. Like, as soon as, like, you come out, there are differences already. Like, I'm sorry. The idea that they're effectively, like, the same person, like, is insane. No, obviously not.
The regime,
But, like, again, this is the degree to which he oversimplifies. Because, again, we're not talking about equality in the sense of genetics.
way of living, one of the basic truths of essentially classical political philosophy, which is being rediscovered to this day, is that there is no system of government that is appropriate for all peoples at all times. And, you know, as a reductio ad absurdum, I would point to the question of uncontacted tribes. Okay, what is right for the...
I'm sorry, is he saying that he's deliberately reducing this to the point of absurdity and he's still doing it anyway? Like he's pointing out the logical fallacy? That's insane.
Citizens of Greater Andaman Island. Okay, should we invade the Andaman Islands? Should we take away their bows? Should we give them the right to vote? What about the citizens of uncontacted tribes in the Amazon? Is it right for them to be basically rounded up, issued with ballots, and told to vote for the president of Brazil? Will that really be the thing that helps them, basically choosing between Lula and Bolsonaro Jr.? No, I don't think that that's what...
Like, I'm sorry. We're talking about a social phenomenon. What you're describing here is just like politics and governance are social phenomena. And like when he's talking about like, oh, what if we took this incredibly weird niche example? Like, no, like the people you're talking about should have the right to govern themselves. Like, governance arises out of like social necessity. So, like, I don't know. I think amongst themselves, they should vote and figure out who should be in charge. Like, that doesn't seem that doesn't seem so hard to like figure out or navigate. Frankly, if you think about it for like 5 seconds,
these people need. And my standard of government goes back to Alexander Pope, who had this great line, for forms of government, let fools contest, whatever governs best is best. I think I messed that up a little. And so when I look at the objective results of governance in this country today, I can
see why What If Alt Hist addressed whether or not he had been in contact with this man in the last video of his that we covered, because this guy does seem like he would go on a late night rant and claim to be Odin / Jesus on a spiritual mission to rebuild faith in the world. Like that. This guy does seem like he would do that. He seems particularly unstable.
Can't help but observe, our burned out, desolate inner cities. I can't help, but observe there are numerous places in this country where you can go that were clearly flourishing 50 years ago that are no longer flourishing.
How do we hold your techno kings accountable? Identical twins Andaman Islands. Alexander Pope. So really democracy is bad actually objectively.
No, but like, for real, that is his argument, right? Like, that is his argument. And it's just, I just, thank you for the $5 super chat, Nomi Sunrider. It's just like, when I compare this guy to Jordan Peterson, I hope you guys can see the point of comparison, because like he's generally just answering with like some of the most either of extraordinarily rambling way to get to a particularly simple point, or just like doing loop-de-loops in the middle of nowhere. He went and did donuts in the abandoned mall parking lot instead of answering the question. And like, that was a pretty straightforward question. Like, by what mechanism would your techno kings be held accountable? That you should have an answer to that. And instead, he's just like, well, I don't think there should be an accountability mechanism, actually, because, sometimes you just need an authoritarian leader because people demand the authoritarianism. And our general ennui to Curtis Yarvin, I guess, indicates the need for authoritarianism, which is, again, insane. Oh God, Banana Brains... Can you put a link to that video in topic suggestions? Because I'll do it. I won't be happy, but I'll do it.
And in my standard of government, I basically return to Thomas Carlyle's idea of the condition of England question. And, you know, this is an explicit.
He's totally the poser goth at the club or coffee shop who thinks he's an intellectual, but he creeps everyone out. Yeah, this guy would be kicked out of any self-respecting goth club for, like, I don't know, being a creepy weirdo and not respecting consent, you know? 100% Amber Brains.
Kind of renunciation of statistics. You say that, you know, when you consider the condition of England or the condition of anywhere.
Hey, I'm sorry, just real quick.
And, you know, this is an explicit kind of renunciation of statistics. You say that, you know, when you consider the condition of England or the condition of anywhere, look at them and say, how are these people living? Is the government helping them to flourish? Is it helping them to live well? I think one of the things that I noticed most...
Again, he's so far afield of the question, and the moderator just doesn't seem to give a shit. But I am going to just, like, put forward here that, like... I think that this guy... This guy is essentially doing what a lot of Republican politicians do when they go onto an antagonistic interview, you know? Which is where they get asked a very, you know, not inappropriate question, but like a very inconvenient question. And instead of directly answering the question, they start rambling. They just start yapping. It's a self-defense mechanism for them, right? And I think that that's essentially what's happening here, where this guy is just trying to play for time. He's trying to give the longest non-answer he can to take up the most time in the debate. Because, frankly, and this would be consistent with, like, his readership base, his readers don't really care that much about the substance, right? What they care about is the vibe. They care about the seemingness of the answer, right? As long as the answer seems like it is confident, like it seems like it has content, then they aren't going to really examine the nitty-gritty of the actual points he's making or not making. Right? They want someone to play act competence for them. And was he coached? No, I don't think he's coached. I think it's a natural inclination for someone who wants to preserve the the perception of being competent. And so, like, I think he's just rambling. He's yapping out of self-preservation, and you know, it probably works with people who are dumb enough to be pulled in by his bullshit, because, like, it's exactly how he runs his blog. You know, he'll write like 10,000 words on, like, just different issues, you know, 20,000, 30,000, 40,000, like just lengthy, long-winded shit. And I think that carries over into just his general presentation to the world.
Closely in Professor Allen's work is that there's this returning emphasis to what might be called a positive liberty, or the liberties of the ancients, which is essentially this idea that exercising political power is a matter of birthright and is a matter of, you know, being very important to the nature of a human being in a civilized society. I'm with Charles I on this, who said, you know, a subject and a sovereign are clean different things. I actually believe that there is a natural desire for political power that is essential not only in our human ancestry, but actually in our simian ancestry, because we observe that chimpanzees live in a very similar way. If you want to be a chimpanzee who spreads his DNA, you better be the chief chimp. And so this desire for power, this importance, this sort of lust for mattering, you know, everyone who writes an admissions, you know, essay to Harvard, you know, wants to make an impact on the world. They want to change the world. They want to do all these things. They want power. And, you know, and for me, that desire for power, which seems to Professor Allen to be a very positive thing and a thing that is entirely benign, I see that actually as a kind of lust, really almost as a sin that is sort of caused great damage to the world and the lives of those now living.
Yeah, because, you know, human beings are chimps. We're just, you know, human society, chimp society, same thing. Human beings and chimps, basically the same creatures. And, like, it's just... Her face says it all, it really does. But, like, dude had no answer for, you know, hey, do you have any kind of control on what happens if one of the techno kings does something bad that hurts everyone for their own personal benefit? And his long meandering answer ends in essentially, well, if you want to be like, you know, the chimp that doesn't get fucked over, you have to become the head chimp. So like essentially he's like, it's actually a sin, by the way, to try to be the head chimp. But we all are chimps, and, you know, if you're not the head chimp, then, you know, your life sucks, and, you know, deal with it. And that's, like, essentially it. That's essentially it. You know, it's insane. And yes, it is an appeal to nature, which, again, not really super applicable here. I'm a bottom chimp. I hate him. Good. Your hatred of this man and the ideas he proposes indicates that you have a functional heart and soul. You know, to whatever degree souls exist.
I assume you'd like to respond.
I will. Is there time still? Yep. Alrighty. No, I would like to, because I'd like to clear up a couple of confusions. So the first is about the term equality, and the second is about the term power. So, for starters, equality. Equality comes in a variety of forms. It's really important. Anytime somebody wants to talk to you about equality or egalitarianism, ask them what kind of equality they mean. They may be talking about human moral equality. They may be talking about political equality. They may be talking about social equality. They may be talking about intellectual equality. They may be talking about economic equality, etc. In other words, you don't know what somebody means by equality or egalitarianism until you ask them precisely which concept of equality they're using. Human beings are morally equal in the way that I described. We are all members of the same species. Even those identical twins are morally equal to each other. They're also equal to each other in some other ways that most other human beings are not equal to each other in, but let's not confuse our different concepts of equality. That's really important. And again, anytime you hear anybody critique egalitarianism, ask them to account for what account of equality precisely are they critiquing. And if they can't offer an accurate account of the theory of equality or egalitarianism they're critiquing, you should pass that argument by. So that's
Damn! Yeah, honestly, she just basically told that entire audience, you know, if someone doesn't know what the fuck they're talking about, you maybe shouldn't take them at their word. like maybe if they don't know what they're talking about, you shouldn't listen to them. I bold words, I know, but like,
that's the first
Can
point.
I ask a quick check on that?
No, let me make the second point, and then you can come back, because you had a lot in what you said. So let me just make the point about power. A couple different categories here. Freedom, self-government, power, and domination. What Mr. Yarvin is attributing to me in the treatment of power is actually the concept of domination. Yes, human beings are beset with a drive to dominate others. We watch that all around us all the time.
Yes, human beings are technically apes. However, I will also say that our societal structures are very different from that of apes and chimpanzees.
Probably watching it in this debate right now between the two of us, coming from both of us in relationship to each other, for sure. Human beings are beset by the desire to dominate. That is a bad feature of human beings. Why? Because the desire to dominate impedes the desire and aspiration for freedom coming from somebody else. The goal, as we seek to protect and support human flourishing, is in fact to achieve spheres of agency for ourselves, for all of us, that we all are able to be full agents. And there is only one way to do that, again, by protecting our private sphere and by giving us the opportunity to co-create the public sphere. It is the only solution to the problem of domination. So no, when I am arguing for political equality, I'm not arguing for domination. I am arguing for a sharing of power in order to protect freedom for all of us morally equal human beings.
On moral equality and power is fine.
On moral equality and power. So, you know, sort of trying to tease apart some of these, I would say, relatively tendentious definitions. First of all, there's a useful...
I love, he keeps using this word tendentious. And I think it's because he was banking on the fact that, like, his audience won't know what that means. And is just going to nod along with him. Because, again, it just means definitions that have a point of view. You know, like, when he's saying it, it just means it has a... What you're saying has a point of view. And, like, yeah, it does. She's arguing for her positions. Just like you are. Like, it doesn't mean anything to say that they are advocating. Like, come on.
Thought experiment here. Surely Professor Allen would not expect, you know...
I'm gonna add... Why? You're gonna... Okay. Well, for one thing, what's the difference between human societies and primate societies? Well, one thing, we have more complex laws. We have more complex societies in general, like socially. We have a lot more tools in our language vocabulary. Look, it's just our societies are more complicated. We pay taxes. Chimps don't. You know, like I don't know. It's just more complicated. We have pornography. Yeah, we have pornography as well. It's just, you know, it's a thing. It's a thing. We are not technically apes. We are literally in the family of great apes. Stop it.
Extend the principle of moral equality to chimpanzees. And yet chimpanzees are...
Oh, Gutsick Gibbon is great. The stamp of approval from Riverboat Jack.
They are, you know, completely related to us, all of us except, I would imagine, except Darwin in this room.
Look, I'm not talking about, like, being related to apes in any, like, near sense. I'm talking, like, scientifically, we belong in the Homidae family, which is the great ape family.
And there is, of course, a continuous genetic chain of linkage that traces us back to our simian friends. And so, you know, one of the things, and actually of all people...
I'm not sure we're so great apes. We're more like mediocre apes. I like that a lot.
People who observed this, it was Stephen Jay Gould, the communist evolutionary biologist, who observed this. Harvard communist evolutionary biologist, you know, and you know, Marxist at least, you know, and you know, he observed, you know, a curious fact, which is that actually there are a lot of missing links between us and the chimpanzee.
Again, why are you making appeals to chimpanzees? Chimpanzees and humans, when we're talking about fucking democracy. It's not really applicable, is it? I would love Curtis Yarvin to point at the last fucking chimpanzee congress. I would love that.
There's Homo habilis, there's Australopithecus, you know, afarensis, you know, and we would have a lot of trouble if those more divergent forms were living among us today of deciding, do they deserve moral equality? And so my question, my...
Wait, I'm sorry, would we? Would we really? Like, I'm sorry, if we had humans and slightly different looking humans would it be that hard to treat them as like moral equals? No. Also, literally every single person who has ever played Dungeons and Dragons understands that you would treat them relatively the same, if not exactly the same. Jesus.
A sort of thought experiment question for Professor Allen is if we were able to decode the genome of, let's say, Homo habilis, who lived, 2 million years ago, and somehow implant that in a human cell like those dire wolves you keep hearing about, and would that be a being?
Also true, Nomi Sunrider. They're like Neanderthal DNA literally continues to exist to this day within us.
With this moral equality that Professor Allen describes, because if basically if humanness is a Boolean quality, as we say in computer science, if it's 0 or 1, there must have been a mother who was not morally equal to us, who had a child who was morally equal to us.
This is like, okay, how is that at all relevant to right now? Like, even if you grant what you're talking about, which I don't know why you would, but like, even if you do, that doesn't answer the question about democracy today, right? Because it's kind of like, I don't know, if you go along with his train of logic here, he's like, well, clearly there must have been a point at which there was a binary cutoff, and it's like, no. Like, generally speaking, things change incrementally over time. And so, like, there was probably never a moment where, like, you know, a human mom birthed a human child and, like, the mom was an animal versus, like, a newly formed human. That's probably never been a thing. Like, there hasn't been that big of a differential between mother and offspring. And so, like, it's just kind of, like, insane.
And I'm curious as to how that process worked and how her theory deals with that.
The reason the slug nut
Secondly,
is talking about chimps is simply because everyone knows chimps are cute and funny, especially when dressed in human cloths. That's the mental capacity we are dealing with.
It's true. He's not making an appeal to nature. He's making an appeal to himself.
when it comes to power, it's very interesting. We've heard Professor Allen, praising humanity to the skies here, but then we discover that actually this very essential element of human nature, the desire to dominate, the libido dominandi, as they say, is an essential quality of humanity.
None of this has anything to do with the question.
And Professor Allen thinks it's bad. She actually wants to reform humanity. She wants to create what used to be called the new Soviet man that would not have.
Also, can we just be real clear here that if this man got what he wanted, like, whoever's the biggest and the strongest in this crowd of men would just beat him to death with a rock? Like, that's, I don't know, like, to me, like, that just kind of seems like the end result of what he's advocating for. Like, he's just like, hey, what if we had politics of the rock? Wouldn't that be great? Just the biggest and strongest wins. Except, like, he thinks he's found, like, a loophole where, like, instead of, like, the physically biggest and strongest, like, human, it's, like, the biggest and strongest armed with technology. And it's just kind of like, you're really stupid, man. This is such a childish ideology.
Have that desire. What I observe when I take Aristotle's three forms of government, monarchy, oligarchy, and democracy, the rule of the one, the rule of the few, and the rule of the many. And I think Aristotle kind of made a mistake by saying, okay, there's 6 forms, there's a good form and a bad form of each. I really like them as neutral qualities because I think all of those sort of forms of power, and they are all forms of power, are very, very important. And the principles, I would translate monarchy, oligarchy, democracy in today's terms into the principles of...
Yeah, again, he's being a pedantic prick and getting, like, purposely muddying the semantics so that he's talking about something completely different with, like, a wild veneer over it. It's really Weasley, and if he was in, like, any kind of philosophy class, he would be laughed out the doors.
Authority or authoritarianism. I translate...
Is this guy conservative by nature? I don't know if it's by nature, but this guy is literally, like, a colossal racist and also a fascist. And I'm not saying that in, like, a hyperbole, like... I mean, he's actually a fascist. He wants actual monarchy, except instead of, like, some kind of king determined by, like, I don't know, like Donald Trump's bloodline or something. He wants, like, I don't know, Elon Musk to be the god king. He wants, like, some rich billionaire asshat in the techno world to be the king. And that's not an exaggeration. And unfortunately, he has the ear of a lot of billionaires.
Oligarchy, as a concept near and dear here at a university that will not be named, as meritocracy or prestige, and I translate democracy as popularity or populism. And so what I see is that all of these forms are active today. And
well, yeah, exactly, Forlorn 79. Like, why would you compare, like, how, like, social structures functioned in creatures that existed 10 million years ago to what we have today? Like, that doesn't make any sense. Similarly, why would you compare the social structures of, like, you know, isolated chimpanzee groups to, like, humans in a city? Obviously, those social structures are going to be different because you have different creatures in different, like, vastly different environments.
Those who believe that our society should be ruled by prestige, by prestigious...
Actually, Kinameric, I think saying that this guy wants Mecha Hitler is basically... That's basically the nut at the center of his ideology.
Institutions, by civil society, are very, very against authority. But what you notice is that actually those institutions are quite unaccountable. Nobody elected Anthony Fauci. Nobody elected Anthony Fauci.
You're right. Nobody elected him, except he was appointed by elected officials.
Fauci, when he basically supervised...
He was elected by... he wasn't elected directly, but... he was appointed by an elected official, he was approved by elected officials, etc.
The program to invent COVID. Nobody elected Anthony Fauci when he covered it up. Nobody elected Anthony Fauci when he told us to stand 6 feet apart based on some science fair project that nobody actually knows where that number came from.
It's because when you breathe out water droplets. And when you're sick, those water droplets, if it's airborne, contain the virus or bacteria that can then infect other people. That's why you would want to stand 6 feet apart to minimize the chance of that happening. Because the masks are not 100% foolproof of, like, preventing that moisture from, like, leaving and expelling from your face. It's not that difficult to understand why someone would want you to mask and stand relatively farther apart so that you don't infect other people. It's not rocket science. It's pretty straight fucking forward.
And so actually, delegating this authority to prestige, which seemed like a no-brainer earlier in the 20th century, seems like maybe there's actually flaws in meritocracy. Maybe there's flaws in...
Well, we don't live in a meritocracy. We live in a flawed democracy. same as we always have, and we've been gradually making it better for like the last 250 some years.
Relying on prestige. And so when we look at what we call democracy today, what I see it as essentially as a sort of guided democracy, the way we talk about Putin's democracy. Putin's democracy is democracy guided by monarchy. Our democracy is democracy guided in the formula that Walter Lippmann came up with about 100 years ago, is democracy guided by prestige, guided by civil society. And I'd like us to address that squarely.
Sure. Professor Allen, just also given time, perhaps if we could focus particularly on what you described as the engineering problems of democracy, which Mr. Yarvin seemed to kind of bring out in the second half of the answer.
I just, like, to pretend as if this man even attempted to answer her questions, or even attempted to answer the moderator's questions. Like, that was like a load of waffle. It was like full of nothing.
Well, I know we were also drifting into our second topic there too, which we're probably getting close to in time.
Yeah.
So I'll just make a very brief comment about Aristotle, because I cannot let it go by having a hash made of Aristotle. That is something I cannot.
See, this is what I mean. Like, he would get laughed out of like a philosophy class. Dude, like, again, a lot of conservative fash like to LARP as like fans of Aristotle, fans of Plato. You know, again, this is where we get like, earlier tonight I was talking about Leo Strauss. I was talking about like, you know, Jordan Peterson, and I forget what that other guy's name, talking about, you know, Aristotle and such. Like, this type of talk would get you laughed out of any room of people that actually have an idea of what you're talking about, you know? This is what happens when you just, like, absorb information and then just shit out complete and utter nonsense.
Abide, because I am very fond of Aristotle. So it's really important. Those 6 forms matter a lot in Aristotle: monarchy, oligarchy, and democracy. The division between
Plato fans need to come out of the cave. We have Camus out here. Oh.
The good and bad is the difference between
waffles
rule
are good. I'm sorry, I
sake
besmirched
of the
waffles.
people who are ruled versus for the sake of the ruler. And the thing that Aristotle thinks will achieve rule for the sake of the ruler, or rather the ruled, the people who are being ruled, and get them good government, is law, limits, and accountability. All right? So that distinction in Aristotle is absolutely critical. The difference is really between tyranny and monarchy, which is a good form because limited, because bound. And monarchies can be limited and bound. Take British constitutional monarchy, take how it developed in the 18th and 19th century. It has produced a form of good rule and good governance for people. Democracy is not the only form that can do that, but limit, rule, those things are necessary, and rule of law.
Got it. All right. I think, given where you were going, we can get a little bit into our second topic, which deals directly with Harvard, but it could be interpreted broadly, as Mr. Yarvin was saying, as prestige institutions or civil society. The main question here resolved: Harvard's model of elite formation, grounded in a contested balance between merit and equality, undermines the democratic legitimacy of the political and cultural systems its graduates go on to shape. Now, given how the coin...
I gotta be honest, I don't know how much I care about this question. I feel like at this point, like, the rest of this is going to be about Harvard, and I think they have a Q&A at the end. Are you guys, like, do you guys want to watch the rest of this? Or are we good? You want to skip to the Q&A? Like, where are you guys at? Skip to the Q&A? That's kind of where I'm at. Like, I don't really care about his view of, like, Harvard. I'm a glutton for punishment, but I'm not that gluttonous. Okay, I'm gonna skip to the Q&A because I'm still interested in that part.
I view the Ukraine war as a tragedy very, very similar to the tragedy of COVID. It's basically unaccountable public policy on, you know, with nothing to stop it. And the fact that...
Yeah, except elected officials.
These authority to misgovern.
Is that right? Professor's in charge. Is his standard for what makes a professor, is that right? Those sorts of questions.
Well, we know for a fact professors aren't in charge because, yeah, obviously. But anyway, I'll come back to that in a second, but I want to go back to the very beginning of that set of remarks when Mr. Yarvin suggested that pluralism and veritas are in conflict with each other. That's not the case. To protect freedom is to generate diversity of thought. James Madison said that. Old idea, others have said it as well. And so to protect freedom and is to generate precisely what you need in order to pursue veritas, namely the conflict of ideas required for competitive consideration of hard questions that are rarely given to certain conclusions. So in that regard, actually pluralism is something that helps advance the cause of veritas. Respecting pluralism and protecting pluralism is beneficial to the project of discovery. The project of discovery always benefits from adversarial structures and competitive structures. And
get into closing statements. I think they've allotted 5 to 10, perhaps it was 8 minutes. Mr. Yarvin, if you'd like to start your closing remarks.
So okay, I guess I'll settle for closing remarks if they aren't going to have Q&A.
Maybe I can, in my closing remarks, I could do something a little unusual and kind of argue Professor Allen's side, for the moment, because I think we've seen sort of maybe a little too little of. I've been making the case, and I would like to think somewhat successfully, against oligarchy. Not as an abstract system.
Yeah, and 95s work well.
All of the three forms.
I'm just saying they're not 100%
foolproof. In their
foolproof.
own way, in different societies, in different structures. Another name for, the positive name for oligarchy is aristocracy. I think Harvard has always, tried to represent, the rule of the best. And, even you see it recovering from the witch craze of the 1690s. You see it recovering from the wokeness craze of the 2020s. And I think it is capable of recovering, and I want to see it recover. And one of the lessons,
Hey, One Night Ethan, thank you for
Whenever
the $10
one
super
of these
chat.
asshats brings up Aristotle, Kant, Rothbard, Nietzsche, etc., I want to start in finding interest like yes. I believe it was Socrates who said. And then wallop him.
Now, obviously, I cannot condone any impetus to wallop these people, but I understand. I understand the impulse. Thank you for the $10 super chat. I really, really appreciate it.
One of the things that I say to basically people who are on my side, not that I'm a partisan, I'm just an intellectual. One of the things that I say, to people on my side when I encounter these elite institutions is I'm like,
Oh yeah, Moldbug thinks aristocracy is a positive word because he believes in monarchy.
You sort of go through 3 stages of looking at these institutions. First, you see them very distantly, and you see them according to the kind of mythology of the institution. And the mythology of the institution is that there's this incredible cornucopia, this incredible banquet of, intellectual delights. Every form of truth is laid out, et cetera, et cetera. And you get, closer to these things and you start to smell them and you're like, well, especially in certain areas, I'm really looking at a vast dung heap. And that's the attitude that I think many Trump supporters have. They have a very, they're just like, there's nothing here. This needs to be scattered to the wind. I would say look closer at that dung heap, and you'll find always in every one of these elite institutions that I have come into contact with, there are real kernels of corn amidst the dung. Okay, and these are the seeds of basically the next generation that are, lead to renewal. There are people that really...
Yeah, and look, if you hear me and my words are resonating with you, that's because you're one of the kernels in the shit pile. Okay, you're one of the kernels. You're one of the good ones. And, I'm sure that in our coming technocratic monarchy, you'll be a member of the aristocracy because you're a corn kernel. You're a shit-covered corn kernel. You're going to be a member of the aristocracy for sure.
We believe in these values. The values are eternal. Veritas is eternal, and so on and so forth. And when we see, you know, and I believe that there's, I agree with Professor Allen, I believe that there's a capacity for renewal here, but I also believe that it, you know, takes looking.
Oh my God, he looks like an evil Andy Dick. He does. Oh my God. Oh my God. He looks like evil Andy Dick, who traded his soul for a full head of hair. Huh.
Very, very hard at what Harvard is and became during the 20th
Yeah,
century.
Andy Dick is no saint, but also, like, I don't think Andy Dick is, like, a fucking out-and-out fascist.
Which is very different from what it was in any of the past centuries. And when we, unfortunately, when we sort of put it up against, you know, I've sort of discussed, you know, ad nauseum.
Yeah, that dude, I don't really care. You're probably fine. You know, just improve your life a little bit.
The virtues of an ideal monarchy, and what we have in the Trump administration is very far from being a monarchy at all, because Trump, as he says, is really a rebel and not an emperor, and he's disrupting a system rather than creating a new system. But also, you know, when we look at that, we see many of the failings of monarchy. And so when we, you know, to come back to my Aristotelian, my updated Aristotelian trinity, where monarchy, oligarchy, and democracy become authority, prestige, and popularity. You know, we see in the Trump administration, we see these classic tropes of authoritarian populism. And it's not wrong, even though Trump is not Hitler, it's not wrong to say that these are both authoritarian populist regimes, and that there's something brittle and something broken and something questionable and something wrong about authoritarian populism without a backbone of prestige, without a backbone of aristocracy, without institutions. And I would say, just as the, you know, the sort of the challenge of these.
Yeah, you know, when you are, you know, looking at society, you need your authoritarianism, you need your oligarchy, and you need your democracy. Of course, that totally makes sense, except you have to mangle the definitions of all three of those things to arrive at what you're proposing, which is something completely different. Just codified monarchy. like, fuck, man, this guy sucks.
Institutions is to renew themselves. The challenge of the enemies of these institutions is to explain where we go from here, and how that prestige is regenerated, and whether it's generated, you know, by the kernels of corn, you know, sprouting again into a new beautiful cornfield, whether it's represented by new institutions is unclear. But what is clear is that prestigious institutions are necessary and essential. Prestige is essential. You know, a democracy, in my strict meaning of the word democracy, populism is not enough. Authority is not enough. You know, veritas is necessary. Institutions are necessary. You know, institutions that filter truth from error through our Darwinian process. You know, which is again the ideal of science, which is a very, very.
That's not the ideal of science. Science is a fucking method. This guy doesn't know what he's talking about. The fact that he's this stupid and he has the ear of like half the billionaires in this country is deeply troubling. Like, I don't think none of these people know what they're talking about or what they're doing, or like how full of shit this guy is. It's insane. He's literally calling his own followers shit.
Valid ideal are necessary, but when you see veritas, there are many, many examples of this in science that do not involve killing 20 million people, that just involve, you know, wasting a lot of time. I guess I always use the amyloid hypothesis as my example of that. you know, you basically see a really considerable amount of redirection that needs to take place and restructuring that needs to take place to serve these ideals. Whether that restructuring takes place as a result of an internal process of renewal or an external process of forced renewal is, I think, very, very unclear in the historical situation in which we exist. But I would, you know, and I hope we can agree on this, institutions like the university that we're at are necessary and essential, and a lot of change is needed within them.
Thank you.
Man, it's so crazy that he can recognize that there are certain institutions that are relatively essential that can be improved via like reforms, but he thinks you should just destroy all of democracy because it's flawed as well and should instead have an even more flawed form of governance. Like that's insane to me.
You, Professor Allen.
Thank you. We can agree that universities like this are essential and have a distinguished history and also have available to them a distinguished future, that they do also have within them already the energies and dynamism of renewal. The question really, I think, is about the broader context. What are those institutions contributing to? Are they contributing to the ongoing life of a free society for free and equal self-governing citizens, or for an alternative? One of the arguments in Mr. Yarvin's book is that Hitler and Stalin gave absolute monarchs a bad name. And in his argument, they gave absolute monarchs a bad name because, in his argument, they were driven to excess, the excesses of the Holocaust and the gulags, because of existential threats from the Anglo-American alliance. Now, this is not good history of the unfolding of the totalitarian.
Oh, I'm shocked. I'm absolutely shocked that this guy has an incredibly poor grasp of history. I'm so shocked. You know, I thought after all this, he might be able to nail one thing. And, wow, I'm just so totally shocked that he somehow just fucked up literally every aspect of his argument. Cool, yeah, all right. You mean this guy who looks like the most divorced dude you've ever seen in your life got literally nothing right in his analysis? This guy who's just been, like, talking, like, nonsense for, like, a goddamn hour? This guy? I don't believe it.
Totalitarian impacts of Nazi Germany and Stalinist Russia. So I say that to make the point that as we consider the future of institutions of civil society, we have to be equally clear-eyed and honest about what we can and should desire in our political institutions. Absolute monarchy is not a path to the protection of freedom. In that regard, we need the same.
That's true, Gamerman. He doesn't have to be right. There's no law that says he has to be correct.
Same thing, both in our political institutions and in our civil society institutions. We need renovation in our universities, we need renovation in our democracy. But in both cases, we should absolutely preserve the anchors for human freedom.
Well, thank you very much to both Professor Allen and Mr. Yarvin. I believe right after this, we'll have food.
Yeah, exactly, Nomi Sunrider. Like, oh, that poor little Hitler, he would have been okay if it hadn't been for those mean American kids. Just, little Hitler, what a scamp. That might be too deep of a cut. Real quick, just so that you guys know that I'm not pulling that out of my ass. Yeah.
My teacher? Yes, little Hitler? My desk is small. I need this Polish boy's desk also.
Here we go.
Little Hitler!
Yeah. Anyway.
Drinks,
it's from Robot
just
Chicken.
Across the hall,
exactly.
if I have that right. We have it until 10 p.m. Thank you all very much for coming out, and see you all soon.
Not from Animaniacs? No. It's from Robot Chicken. It's finally done. Fuck this clown. I wish they had done a Q&A. I imagine Curtis Yarvin really, really, really doesn't like doing Q&As. But, or maybe he does, and he just likes hearing himself. Yeah, I don't know. But, do you think this debate swayed anyone? I think anyone who came in not knowing what that guy was talking about, or came in not knowing that guy, definitely is not swayed by him. I genuinely, like, he offered no real rebuttals other than, what if I redefine all of your words and, you know, imagine that it means a different thing, and, what about chimpanzees? That's not good argumentation. I don't think that actually convinces anybody. Would it have helped if she kept pointing out that Yarvin never answered any of the questions? I think she should have done that more, yeah. In a few instances, she seemed like she did. But, like, there was one in which she was basically like, this guy's full of shit. And you shouldn't listen to him. And I think that's... more of that should have been said, but, you know. Can't win them all. Yeah, I don't know. Like, even if you're, like, one of his devotees, like, being called corn and shit is kind of like, I don't know, that might be, like, a cause to question your position in his movement, you know? Wait, did he mean porn and shit? No. I hate that people are allowed to talk like this in public spaces without being laughed at and mocked out of the building. Look, if you see Curtis Yarvin in public, be the laughter you want to see in the world. Anyway, that's Curtis Yarvin. And honestly, you know, I thought Professor Danielle Allen did pretty goddamn well in that. I felt like I was being negged the entire time by Yarvin. I don't know if I'm the only one. Well, that kind of makes sense because, like, he's red pill manosphere adjacent, you know? It makes sense to me. Whew. You know, for having this makeup on for like 14 hours, lasted pretty good. I'll try this look again sometime. All right. Can we get Yarvin? Oh my god, if Curtis Yarvin ever appeared with What If Alt Hist, we would be... it would create a black hole that would just suck all of us in. You know, it's the same thing that one, like, middle school science teacher said about the Large Hadron Collider. You know, but except it would actually happen this time, you know? I have not been going for 14 hours. I've been going for about 5 hours. I put my makeup on 14 hours ago, though. Anyway, folks, we're done with that segment. We're done with it. Curtis Yarvin sucks. Don't trust him. Don't trust anyone who talks about him in a positive light. And mock them mercilessly until they stop being like that. And with that, we're done. Now, folks, hello. If you've been here for a while, consider hitting that follow button on Twitch. Hit the subscribe button on YouTube. Like the goddamn YouTube stream. And please consider dropping those subs, those donos, those memberships, those super chats, etc., because you guys make this show possible. And folks, we are 18 likes away from 200. If you hit that like button, you know, just do it. Just hit the like button. You know, I know you can do it. You know you can do it. And you know what? Here, I even have a little song to compel you to do it against your will. All right, folks. Appreciate all y'all. I think that is about it for me. It is 4 o'clock in the morning, and I need to get to sleep so I can do stuff tomorrow in the daytime, and prep a show for you guys tomorrow. Also on Wednesday, we are going to be having on a wonderful guest. It's not the same guest from last week. I don't know if it's all right to talk about it yet, but I'm just letting you know that we're going to be talking about stuff. We're going to be doing a little interview on Wednesday. So tune in for that. And with that being said, I will see you all tomorrow. Or today? Today. I'll be seeing you all today because it's 4 o'clock in the morning and I'll be streaming in 14 hours. So, is that correct? No. Yes. No, 16 hours. Good night, everyone. Bye.
In a pleasant wooded valley lived a huntsman tall and able. He relied on skill and cunning for the food upon his table. He would walk the forest shadows with his little son in tow, teaching him the archer's art and all that he should know. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. In the valley there was freedom and a man was left to living, but as year gave way to year the ruling men grew less forgiving. On a day as black as death a governor to rule them came, turning landsmen into slaves, and Gessler was his name. In the center of the village Gessler set a lofty pillar, and he ordered every subject, be he serf or be he miller, to do homage to the hat that Gessler placed atop the pole, or to forfeit to the crown his life if not his soul. But the huntsman William Tell came into town the morning after. William heard of Gessler's order and could only roar with laughter. Honest men should hold a rank above a petty autocrat. I would never bow to him, I'll not bow to his hat. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low, for the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. Gessler's soldiers seized the huntsman and his little son for treason, but the people of the village cried for mercy and for reason. Gessler stays the execution, but a cruel test contrives. Prove to me your skill, and you may ransom back your lives. I have heard it said you have no peer with longbow and with arrow, that your shaft can find the quickest hare and fell the smallest sparrow. On the head of your young son I'll place an apple ripe and red. Split it with one shot, or at my word you both are dead. William Tell went to his son and said, I swear I will not hurt you. Courage will not bow to fear, nor shall this evil conquer virtue. Turn your face towards our home and stand as still as any tree. I will split the apple, we shall soon be home and free. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low. For the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. Every tongue was still and silent as the archer paced the distance. Gessler's soldiers lined the square and there was no hope of resistance. William knocked a single arrow, put his shoulders back and drew. Then the arrow sang and split the apple clean in two. All at once the crowd erupted into cheers and into chatter, and a second arrow fell from William's quiver with a clatter. Gessler said, "Why hold two arrows when I bid you shoot but one? That one would have found your heart if I had shot my son." "Take the archer now and hang him," Gessler to his men was crying. But before the soldiers moved, the archer and his son were flying. From the shelter of the wood, the hunter loosed a final dart. Gessler died with William's arrow buried in his heart. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low. For the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow. Keep your eye clear and keen like a falcon on the wing. Keep your heart strong and steady like your hand upon the string. Never bow to a tyrant while your people are laid low. For the highest head may fall to the man who wields a bow.